Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. We are live. Welcome to Forest of Flesh, episode 84. How are you guys doing? Anybody got any funny, interesting stories from this week? I know, Ella, you're tired of snow. What are you guys?
I am.
What have you guys been up to besides getting tired of snow? Also, let's do this. Ella, tell us who you are and what you do.
Yeah. I'm Ella, and today I am playing Fang, who is a Fey-lost Caracal Tabaxi cub who has chosen the path of a Fey Wanderer Ranger.
Right on. Thank you. Ferdy, tell us who you are and what you do.
Hey, I'm Ferdy. I'm playing Sha'ah. He's a centaur, far traveler. He's a monk, a ranger, and a cleric at the same time.
Right on. Thank you. Keo, you know the thing. Who you are, what you do.
I'm Keo, and I play Lumaki. He is a Rune Knight, Path the Giant Barbarian. And he used to be a giant, we learned recently, but he is a fairy. So he's our non-magic guy in our team.
That he is. Thanks, Keo. Wolf, who be, what do?
I'm Wolf. I am playing a homebrew race, a sentient tree will woken up to complete a mission. I'm a redemption paladin.
Right on. Thanks, Wolf. All right, so now, what happened previously on Forest of Flesh? Guys, what has been going on the show lately? Anybody?
We left Tim's character behind.
Well,
Sort of.
Fang's not very happy
Not yet.
about it.
He's
but I
sort
think
of.
we plan on it.
He sort of went somewhere else, kind of like maybe into the deep ethereal by accident. You guys, so you guys dealt with a ghost,
Nasty little dragon.
Yeah, ghost dragon. You've been sent to the ethereal plane against your will by a nifty arachnomancer, corrupted by the flesh, who had a just in case button, basically, if someone wanders into their lair. A nifty little spell tied to a crystal on the ethereal plane. They had the ability to traverse into the ethereal plane. They activated this crystal, and everything in the cavern you guys were investigating was sent off to the ethereal, to the border ethereal. While stuck there, you guys encountered a few different things. One of you got a new friend in your head,
Right.
who is now required to keep you alive, apparently. You guys fought a deep worm, an ethereal parasite that feeds on souls. You did beat the creature and rend free some of the souls it was still feeding on. You then encountered some of these souls. One of them was Ubermaw, the ambivalent, the master of the people, and other such titles. You did manage to sort of pull him out of his traumatized ghost loop, where he was reliving his final moments, and you've managed to keep him lucid up into this time. Shortly after that, you encountered a ghost dragon, an ethereal ghost dragon, if you're looking at its sheet. And you bested it. You fought the creature, you bested it, you looted its hoard, and you got a bunch of nice shiny things. Indigo found a nifty little mirror that seemed magical. He felt an aura of magic coming from it. When he looked into the mirror, he disappeared. Now, Fang, I think, was able to communicate with him shortly after. He was saying, hey, I'm still here. I can sort of sense what's going on. But it's hard to communicate. Then Ubermaw, I think, made you guys a mansion to camp out in, which looked a lot like his sanctum that Sha'ah and that group had encountered him in before, when he was not long for this world. And you guys have been settling in there, asking him questions, getting lore drops, trying to figure out a plan to get back to Tulpa in the Feydark.
I believe we also found an orb that shows a sort of image of where we came from.
Yes, you did. You did find that nifty orb. An orb not...
I believe Will and Lumaki teased the ghost dragon about taking it too.
Yes.
Yeah.
An orb not unlike other orbs that we've seen on the show.
Not
So,
unlike.
that's what I said.
Hey guys, I think we found the heart of the flesh.
That maybe we will see, I suppose. So we left off, I believe, with you all. Let's fade back in on the map. I will explain. It will look different. We left off with you all having a conversation with Ubermaw about giants. I believe he had pulled a text off the shelf and was sort of trying to help you figure out what was going on with you, Lumaki. We learned that he suspected, I think, a true polymorph spell, which is why you are no longer a giant and instead are a fairy. And I believe there was a couple things tossed around about which giant you might be, that kind of thing. I will say that as far as the blue light is concerned, I have fixed your fireplace in your room. I have also added some details. I fixed the bar in your room. Added some rugs, some curtains to the beds, some seating, a bookcase, some shelves. Goods shall they be required. I've basically made your room properly. And the blue light and stuff everywhere else. Let's explain. Over the course of your conversation here with Ubermaw, the lighting of the place, when we walked in, things were kind of dusty. A little different from the way Sha'ah had seen them before. And maybe a certain tree guy in her party. No, because that was that after your awakening? I can't remember. No, that was before your awakening.
No, it was before.
Yeah. Okay, so you had seen this place before too. A lot of the same stuff in here. It was just a little dusty. You guys have probably been talking to Ubermaw for a few minutes since we left off previously, and I think maybe the lighting of the room has taken on slowly over the course of the conversation a paler, more blue light. And we fade back in on Ubermaw saying, he's still talking about the giants, and he says, he's holding that book that he had shown you, Histories of the Giant Races, or something like that. And he says, well, I'm not sure where you come from, but for us, where I'm from, it says here that the giants were inhabiting the world before it was called that. Back then, they called it Abir Toril. They were there long before any of the humanoid or demi-human races. Perhaps as far back as the Kalishtar. No one knows for sure. The first of their kind and the source of the species were the sons of Anam, the Allfather, and his wife, Othea, who settled on the plain to form a kingdom known as Astoria. Each of their mortal sons was the progenitor of a different type of giant. The giants were soon at war with the dragons. This conflict was to last for a millennia or so. There are differing accounts of its conclusion, although the giants believe it was a result of some kind of stalemate in a game of Wari, they called it, between Anam and the dragon god. While Dwarven accounts say dragons needed to declare peace to conduct a civil war amongst themselves, in which the metallics fought the chromatics. And he pauses and looks up at you all. What are you all doing? As we fade back in. So a few minutes have passed. Have you guys, have posture changed? Are you fidgeting? What's going on with you guys?
Fang is still just lurking around Ubrimah in case he needs another hug.
Okay, fair enough.
He's listening intently.
And Will turn and say, sounds like you got fighting dragons in your blood.
Sounds like it. I don't really remember any of the history, but sounds very interesting.
He says, it says here that most of this took place before the world was split between. Okay, so they called the world Abir Toril. At some point, it was split by the god Ao into two worlds, Abir and Toril. Okay, I think I understand the reference here. The world is one of these. The Feywild is another. So they used to be one and the same. Lumaki, do you know which you come from? Feywild or the world?
Well, I don't remember anything about the Feywild. I'm assuming the world, but like I said, I don't remember, so it could be either, to be honest.
Okay. Let's see here. There's varieties. Giants. Okay, we have the true giants. I think these are the ones that inhabited the world. Let's see here. We've got Cloud Giant. It says these were a clever race descended from Nicaeus. Must be one of the sons of Anam. They prioritize the accumulation of wealth and power. Just say something if any of these start to sound familiar.
Are they the ones with the white skin or the gray skin?
Yes, I believe so. I think they come in different shades. Some bluish, some grayish, some the color of stone, but there's also the stone giant. We'll get to that later. This is I think the cloud giant is the one portrayed here, perhaps? And he points to the picture we discussed on the front of the book. The person with the Skyrim looking helm and the white beard. And then he pauses and he says, that could also be a frost giant, I suppose. He says, but there's offshoots, it looks like, too. Let me continue. There's also the Ettins. These were two-headed giants descended from Arno and Julian. You didn't mention anything about two heads.
That sounds difficult, having two heads. How does that even work?
Yeah, he nods.
Imagine getting to talk to yourself all the time.
Imagine if you have a disagreement.
I don't think that one's it, because if you said that we were transformed, then what happens to the other head?
He nods. Okay, fire giants, militaristic race. They descended from Masud. They looked somewhat like a large red dwarf. I imagine that was written by a dwarf, perhaps. Looks like we didn't have a picture of these. No, wait. It's the one with the mustache, the red hair. The somewhat onyx, charcoal, brownish skin. He points to the shorter of the giants on the front of the book. The red hair. Red fiery hair.
I don't know. That does not look familiar. I do think the cloud. You said the cloud giants. They do look a little bit familiar.
Yeah, he says, okay. Let me see if I can find more about them. He starts flipping through the pages. And he finds an image of a giant wearing like fine. It looks like fine clothes, engravings on them, a belt with a large buckle. The skin is kind of like a grayish brown. There's some bracelets, a necklace. The hair is white, but short in the image. And the giant is sort of just like got their arms crossed in front of them, and their chests, and looking towards the drawer or the painter, almost kind of down their nose at them. Okay. So it says they preferred living among the clouds. Then offshoot race was the fog giants. Must be descendants or related somehow. They stood to around 24 feet tall. Their bodies weighing approximately 5 tons. Let's see. Displayed handsome and well-defined features. Their skin ranged in color from milky white to light blue, hair of silvery white or brass, eyes of iridescent blue. Often dressed in clothing of finest material and wore jewelry. Rather than wearing any form of armor, they preferred to carry things enchanted with protective magic. If they did wear armor, usually just chains. Nobility of the giants didn't show their faces often, and instead would wear masks made from precious metals with gemstones. This was meant to emulate ancient depictions of their patron god Memnor. Masks reflected the noble's current mood. So masks were prized for how accurate they could express the mood, and an individual might shift between many in a single day. Only the richest of nobles could afford dozens necessary to show all the differences in emotion. Personalities. Mostly easygoing people. Creative. Strategizers. They loved music. Is any of this sounding familiar?
Did you say they like to enchant jewelry?
Let's see here.
Because when I first entered this forum, the only thing that I had on me was this earring with multiple runes. I'm assuming this is where I get a lot of my powers from. And that was the only thing I had on me. Maybe it could offer some sort of clue.
Perhaps.
I mean, if people that like jewelry and things that were very extravagant, maybe that's them. Maybe that's my people.
Perhaps I could maybe take a look at it if you like.
Sure. He detaches the earring from his ear and hands it to Ubermaw.
Is the earring on your item sheet?
No. I can put it on there.
Okay. Let me take a look here.
I just had it in my drawing.
Okay.
I didn't have an actual item for it.
Maybe let me take a look.
Ubermaw, I got a question.
Yeah. He pauses for a second and looks over. Okay.
Who did you say collected this information if it came before all the people?
He says, the information in my libraries comes from many places.
You
but
mentioned it being written by a dwarf.
Perhaps that passage was, I thought. Describing a fire giant as a big dwarf is like... It seems like a dwarf wrote it, does it not?
I really don't know, but if all this information is collected from people who weren't giants, it seems to paint them in a pretty one-dimensional picture.
Perhaps.
Sure, you can. I mean, Lumaki, yeah.
These are stories passed down. Most probably started, at least, as oral traditions. It's possible that details could be off or incorrect. As far as I know, in the world, the giants of today live mostly as fairly isolated clans, some still following old pacts with primordials that have long since been asleep or indisposed.
Doesn't that mean? I mean, couldn't you be a different sort of giant who just happened to like jewelry?
It is possible. There's others listed here. I could go through. We could see if any sound familiar to you.
Yeah, we can go to the whole thing. Like I said, everything's sort of blurry. I don't really remember exactly. I can't give you an exact memory. Sorry.
It's okay. I'll ask you as a player, Kyo. What's the deal with this earring? Is it magical?
It's just a regular earring, but using the Rune Knight ability, I had to put my runes onto something.
Okay. Well, then I suppose if we do have him get around to looking at it, whatever you decide as far as the earring goes and its relations to your origins. Are the runes really significant? Is it Cloud Giant? We'll see. But he
secretly the reason why he's a fairy.
Yeah, maybe even that. Or some friend of Ubermaw, some other wizard encountered you and turned you. Who knows? We can get into all that if you like.
I mean, we can just improv it.
Okay. Yeah. So he goes over a couple more races with you. So the next one he mentions is Fog Giants. Stealthy giant race descended from the Cloud Giants. Then there's Frost. Giant race descended from Atar, who lived in areas frozen year-round and participated in raids. The Hill Giants. Selfish giant race descended from Rook, that inhabited hilly regions. The Mountain Giants, an exceptionally strong and cruel type of giant, descended from the Hill Giants. Stone Giants, a reclusive and artistic giant race, descended from Obadiah. It was nevertheless dangerous when aroused to anger. The Storm Giants, a wise giant race descended from Vilmos that lived mainly in the mountains, enchanted cloud islands, or underwater. And those known as the Titans, the largest of the giants, descended from Lenaxis. They fled to a realm called Arborea when their progenitor was cursed by Athea. And those are... Go ahead.
Sorry, Ubermaw, but does knowing what kind of giant I am help with bringing me back to my former form?
I suppose not. Not unless we wanted to just change you back.
Oh,
just change him back. Is it that easy?
I mean, not undoing the previous magic, but to simply cast it again.
Can you do that?
I mean, perhaps. I could at least find a way to get it done. I am a powerful wizard, after all. I would, of course, need the book.
The book?
The one in your hands?
He pauses and looks down. Oh, right. Holding it. Sorry, I was worried you might take it back.
The giant book?
No.
Yeah, he's talking about the giant book.
He's talking about. He's talking about the grimoire. He's talking about.
I'm pretty sure one of us still has the book.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Sha'ah
Yeah,
has it.
somebody took that away from him and gave it back to Sha'ah, and then Lumaki used his magic item that he picked up from the loot
The horde.
A
to
rotor.
make a focus
Orb.
for Ubermaw.
Ubermaw has
It
an
only
orb.
lasted 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, but it only lasted.
Yeah.
It only lasts 10 minutes. Right.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
So
been.
it's been gone for a bit.
Yeah, it's been gone. Yeah. So he's like he would when you say the book, the one in your hands, he would say, no. The one that you took, the one that you had, the grimoire.
Why would you need that one?
Don't you have plenty of books here?
I do, but that one is special. It's magic, real magic, something old, hidden. And for the strongest magics, that's what you need. Something secret.
Insight.
Yeah, make an insight check.
I also want
May
the
I as
insight.
well?
Sure.
I clicked it, but it's going real slow.
I
Yeah,
have
laggy.
It is.
I have what's it called? Advantage on it.
Okay. So you crit. Okay. So you don't know if he rolled persuasion or deception. But I'll say this. All right, Sha'ah. All right. So everybody but Will. Okay. Will. Seems like he's being a little manipulative, maybe, but it's hard to tell.
Yep.
Lumaki, he's what's the best way to put this? He's not lying, but he is sort of exaggerating. He could cast magic without the book, using a different focus, similar to the one you gave him. Let me look up the spell here. And with this spell, okay. The book is one way that would work, but perhaps there are others. So
Well, why do you need this book? Because you can cast magic anyways if you're such a powerful wizard.
He says, I need a focus, and the book would serve as that.
I can make you another one.
I mean,
Make a persuasion
we are
check.
asking him for a.
Go ahead, Will. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Why you do that? We are asking him for a favor. Maybe he just wants to get something out of it himself. If he's going to be helping us, I don't see a reason why we can't do the same.
He kind of smiles a little bit at what Will is saying. He says, yes, listen to your friend. Consider it a...
But Sha'ah picked that, and so Sha'ah should get to decide.
I remember you didn't help us with the fight with death.
You didn't help us with death, that's what you say? He says,
Yeah.
He says, if I recall, and he grimaces in pain for a moment, and he's going to have to make a save. If I recall, if it was a wisdom save, right?
+5.
All right.
As soon as he grimaces, Fang is hugging him to try and calm him down.
Oh He fails. Okay. There was a way for you to calm him down. I'm going to give you a chance to do that after the first level of this hits him. So, he, when you say you didn't help us with death, he sort of, as he's like remembering what happened, he sort of grimaces in pain and kind of squints his eyes as he's reliving that over and over again. And he says, "If I recall, it was you who brought death here in the first place, got me killed, along with all of my people enslaved." And he starts to fall into rage again. You can try to calm him down, Fang. Do you remember how he did that before?
The last time Fang did it, Fang gave him a hug and said some encouraging words to persuade him to calm down.
Okay, I was going to say, I believe it was a persuasion check. All right, so make that persuasion check. He gets an insight against it, and he has to lose that for you to succeed, I believe, is how that worked. 28.
I mean, even me rolling an 11, I still roll very high.
Yeah, he would have had to roll a 19 to tie that. All right, so you grab hold of him and hug him and say something nice. And
yeah. I'm like, hey, it's over and done with, and everything's okay now.
Yeah, he says, "I'm sorry. You're right. The past is the past. No, Sha'ah, you're right. I could have done more, and I want to. That's part of the reason I need the book. It's not too late to fix things, and the book would help me with that. More so than casting this spell. It will allow me to do that, yes, to give you a proper form, if we can find out what it was, Lumaki. But also, it may help me set things right with myself. For one, I have an idea on how to keep myself lucid.
I think we're willing to hear it.
Well, I was thinking, based on my knowledge of ghosts, spirits, I was thinking that a simple memory spell could write this.
What's that?
He pauses, and he says, "Is anyone familiar with the spell to modify memory?"
You can do that?
I can.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, it may be a bit of a reach, but I was thinking of maybe casting it at a more powerful state than is typically used, and simply altering my memory of my, and he pauses, death. I think that what may be causing myself this slip of logic could be the trauma of the event when my soul was torn asunder. Now, I would like to write down what had happened before doing this so that I would be able to read my words later to understand what has happened. but not necessarily to be able to relive it, if that makes sense.
So this spell lets you do that. It lets you just forget.
Not necessarily forget. It would be putting something in its place. And I understand that it is risky to mess with such things. A wizard's mind is his most precious commodity, but it could be necessary. I hope that it could help stop me from having my judgment clouded.
And you can do that on yourself. You don't need someone else to do that to you.
That's the thing exactly. I would need someone's help. Someone to sort of cast the spell for me, if that makes sense. I could put the spell into an item. Does anyone have anything that can store magics?
I have this amethyst, this sapphire, and this ruby. And he takes out the gems that he took.
Okay. How powerful of magics can they hold?
I don't know. I just found them in the cave. Aren't gems useful for magic?
Well, they can be, but it has to be a special gem, one that can store a spell. Not just any ruby can do that.
Can you tell that these are special?
I can look at them. Just out of character, Kyo, are they special?
These are the ones that we mined.
Oh,
They're the glowing ones. As Lumaki's pulling his out, Fang releases Ubermaw from the hug and starts pulling out their glowing crystals as well. So there's more options.
I do have a ring that I think it functions that way.
okay. We need something that stores powerful magic. It's not any simple Ioun stone is going to be able to do this. You understand? What? I think these gems. I don't think that they can do it. Not unless they were refined, made into something more powerful.
Well, can we refine them then?
Perhaps if we had time, but the enchantment it could take a serious amount of time. I don't think we have that. Let me see this ring. And he'll take a look at it. Do you want to?
Will just hold out his hand.
Do you want to copy the item description? Copy and paste the item description for us, or link it or something?
For the ring?
Yeah, if you got it.
Sure.
Is it a ring of spell storing?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's gonna be good enough.
They can hold up to 5th
Up
level
to 5th
spells,
level.
I think. Yeah.
Okay, but he's wanting to upcast, basically.
Yep.
Modify memory.
I don't think there's any. Well, I mean, there are a couple gems out there that can do higher level, but those are rare.
Yeah, you might be about to get one. That's what we're getting at here. Okay. Cast one. It contains one of these levels. Okay. Up to 5 levels. Okay. Yeah. He looks at it for a moment. Do you have to be attuned to it to know what the ring does?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he has
identify.
Identify, and he might have seen something like this before, but
Yeah, I guess the ring of spell storing is like a pretty well-known thing. Being a guy who's probably seen a lot of artifacts. But let me. I think I'll just have him.
you could always just ask Will too.
Well, yeah. Would you know mechanically? I guess he could.
I have a reason that he might. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, once you attune to it, you know how it works. But
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. He pauses and looks at it for a second, and he says, "It does seem to be magical. Do you know how powerful it is? What kind of magics it can contain?"
Hold any sorts of magics, I suppose. When we woke, my brother gave it to me, and he put some spells in it, but I've used them and replaced them since then. He's a pretty powerful caster, so I suppose it could probably hold pretty strong magics.
What kinds of spells has it stored?
Well, I know one spell that helps sort of alter chance a bit. I usually use that. It's not a real powerful magic. The way that I've learned how to use this is that the weaker the magic, the more times I can use it. The stronger, it's kind of like a one-off until the next day.
Okay, that makes sense. What's the strongest spell you know that this ring can contain?
Well, I know how to. I know a particularly powerful healing spell I've used before.
Well, what spell is it?
I don't have a name for it. I just know how to do it.
I understand. Can you describe it to me? The words, the components to the spell, perhaps.
Will is just going to cast the spell.
Okay.
Because in here we're not affected by all the weird rules out there, right?
Correct.
Cool. I will cast Aura of Vitality and top everyone up.
Alrighty. And he will make an Arcana check to try and understand the spell you are casting, because it is not something he knows. He is good with Arcana, though. It's not a very good roll. It's a natural 2.
For a 20.
He has a plus 18.
I think he knows the spell.
A 20 is pretty good. Yeah. So we'll say he knows the spell.
Is it to identify 10 plus the spell's level or something?
Yeah. So it'd be 13 is the DC.
Oh, okay. Well, then he can't.
I mean, it might be harder if it's not on your spell list, but still, with 20 being the lowest, he probably would, right?
I would say so. There's a pause, and he says, This is the most powerful thing you know that it can contain.
I'm not a big caster. I know some things to help out, but
No, it's a good spell. It's not one that I typically could use myself, to be honest with you. My use of magic is a bit different, limited, perhaps. But I don't mean to offend. We'll need something much more powerful than that. I might have just the thing, actually. Give me a moment. And he starts sifting through the pile of treasure nearby.
Wait, there's still treasure left behind?
wait, what?
It's still there.
We didn't actually have time to loot it all because we were in a rush, remember?
Yeah, but this is just a manifestation, I think.
It's a pocket dimension, of sorts.
Oh, okay. So we didn't. So So he just took us back here, basically, or like reopened an entrance.
Recreated it, more like. It was sort of torn apart when he died. But maybe all of the things in it weren't necessarily spilt out into the astral sea.
Or he has more than one.
Or he's way more powerful than I thought.
I mean, he was a god king.
Yeah.
But maybe this is more for narrative's sake.
Yeah.
So yeah, he sifts through the treasure for a moment before pulling out a diamond the size of your fist. Perfectly shaped diamond. 2 fine points on either side. Beautiful diamond. Completely clear, no cloud, no flaws. And he holds it up, examines it for a moment, and he says, I think this could be just the thing. Which one of you?
Which one of us what?
Which one of you wants to help me with this? Someone needs to take ownership of this.
Hello. But I'm not very good with magic. If you teach me, maybe I can help you.
Too bad Indigo's not here. I'm sure he could do a really good job.
I mean, I'll help if I can. I think any of us will.
Lumaki, Fang, Sha'ah. Do you cast spells?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can cast some spells.
Are they as
Yeah.
powerful as your friend here?
I think
No.
so.
I just learned how to do it.
He nods, and he says, while I appreciate all of your willingness to help, I would rather put my faith in the most experienced caster among you.
So we should find Indigo. Because he can do it.
He would be the most experienced.
There's
Know where to find him.
there's a pause.
There is that.
Yeah, he says, I am sorry, but Indigo isn't here. Of the 4 of you, Will, I assume that would be you.
I suppose so, yeah.
He holds the diamond out to you.
You said I need to take ownership of it?
He nods.
We'll grab it.
As soon as you touch the gem, you hear Egregor's voice in your mind. And he says, interesting. This is one of ours. In his Egregor voice. Let me do that properly. Interesting. This one is one of ours. And then,
what do you mean?
And then Ubermaw it says it can only hold 1 spell at a time. but it has no limit. At least one that I know of. Any spell.
And so you plan on sort of casting the spell into the crystal or the diamond, and then I cast it?
That's the idea.
All right.
Yeah, you if he says if you would take some time with it, perhaps.
I can do that, yeah. Meanwhile, in his head, he's saying, "What do you mean?"
Yeah. And Ubermaw. Egregore, rather.
This device belonged to us, was made by ours. It does seem rather limited now.
What do you mean limited? He said he hadn't found a limit for it.
Our knowledge of magic was greater. His limits come up short.
Your knowledge of magic. Does his plan sound sound?
It does sound, as you put it. But
I guess. Okay.
Basically, out of character, what Egregore is saying is we could cast 10th level spells.
Oh,
That's
God.
that's essentially what he's saying.
Show off.
I don't know if you guys are really familiar with D&D lore, but there is some ideas out there for what 10th level spells could do. We're talking things like reshape reality, okay? Like, we're talking seriously powerful stuff with 10th level spells.
Steal the powers of a god.
Yes. And the Kalistar were known to be quite powerful. So, there's that. Oh, I gotta put out...
I guess we'll start attuning to it. I'll have to unattune something else.
There is that. But when you're done doing this, you can always give it to one of your other party members.
Yeah.
He is essentially giving it to you. Tim says he can make it next week.
What is next week? Wouldn't next week be like Christmas?
I
Day
believe
after
next
Christmas.
week is the
It
day
would be
after
the day of Christmas.
Yeah.
Or after, yeah.
Day after,
Yeah.
We plan on playing that day?
I don't know. We'll talk about that later, maybe.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, basically he's gonna give you like an hour to attune to that, and then he's gonna try to cast the appropriate spell on it.
Well, I assume most other stuff happens in that hour.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, you guys still got a long rest and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you might still have more about this giant stuff to go over with him. He would point out that there's other races of giant that are most likely more native to the Feywild, for example. The ones you guys have gone over so far are just the
The world ones.
Yeah, the world ones. You're unattuning from your hammer? Oh, geez. Yeah, is there anything, while Will is busy doing this, is there anything else you guys would like to ask him about? Do you give him the book? Because he did say he was going to need the book for this stuff. And are you going to ask him to try? He did mention that he might be able to figure out a way to cast that spell on you again to just give you a new form, but there was that whole thing about figuring out which form would be the right one if you go down that road. You could also try to go down the road of figuring out a way to undo the magic, like undo the previous spell cast on you. If I recall, I don't know if we mentioned it when we talked about when he sort of was saying he knew this what the spell was, but I think to undo true polymorph, it was like a wish spell.
A wish spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which he's probably capable of casting.
I'm
but-
gonna say he's actually not capable of casting wish. Basically, his idea was to cast true polymorph on you again, and just give
Right.
you a giant form. But that wouldn't.
Yeah, if
really...
he could cast wish, he probably would wish himself back to life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
True.
But if he gives me true power morph, he wouldn't give me back my memories.
Exactly.
Are we just waiting for him to attune to the ring?
That's. I mean, you
Uh,
could be.
You guys can
we-
talk and stuff.
you could also be like role playing and talking to him, just
I'm
like
gonna
while
Fang,
that's happening.
talk to Fang on the side and pull her to the side.
Yeah, you can
and
take
ask,
you can take her into your new room. You guys have proper quarters here.
if Fang was gonna say, "Okay, don't upset him. I want to eat more food," and then was gonna head down there.
Yeah, yeah.
follow her, but I want to talk to Fang. Fang, what exactly is our plan for finding Indigo? Because I know we're all. I'm excited. This guy can help me, with my form, but I mean, Indigo's. I know is very important to you, and
I'm gonna make myself as strong of an anchor for him as is possible, so that he can find me.
and you're just gonna wait after that.
I don't know if I can.
Should we have him focus on finding Indigo instead?
Well, if we get all split up and stuff, but I can still communicate with Indigo, so if I can do that, then I'll just tell him the plan.
Okay, because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how much I trust this guy. He seems very sketchy. I guess maybe we should talk to Sha'ah, because he said that he met him before. Maybe he knows something about him, because something feels weird about this. He keeps asking about that book. I mean, Will
Yeah,
seems to trust him.
Kind of. I already talked to Sha'ah a little bit.
Or what did he say?
He said he'll be careful.
Yeah, but he's a powerful wizard. What can he do against him if he wanted to go against us?
He'll punch him and then do this and then send his town things and knock him down. And Fang's like acting out the movement.
I don't think that's going to help. I mean, this man was able to make this whole space from scratch.
But he
Like,
needed an orb from you.
yeah, but now that he's here, he can just get an orb. Look, he just made a duel from scratches and gave it to Will. Who's to say that he can't make another one from scratch and use it for his magic?
I wish Indigo was here because he could figure things out better.
Yes, I don't know too much about magic myself. Indigo would definitely be a lot of help. Should we go find Shah? Maybe he has more insights.
Maybe. Fang will grab more food off the table and I guess follow Lumaki out.
Okay.
We're gonna go look for Shah. I don't know what Shah was doing this whole time.
You can see, right, Lumaki?
Yes.
You can see on the map. I just want to make sure. You can move around. You can go grab Sha'ah if you want. You guys can both do that.
What is Shah doing, anyways?
He was knitting earlier, but he's now just standing in this area.
What's the who is somebody got the orb with them, or what was going on with the orb?
I gave it to Will last time.
Okay. Will, you still have it, right?
The orb that shows the vision of where we came from.
Yeah, this orb.
Yeah,
All right.
had been kind of like holding it by.
All right, I'll put it on the GM layer.
Pretty big, if I remember right.
You're pretty big.
Well, no, it.
Yeah, I mean, it fits in the palm. It's like a little bit bigger than the palm of the average person's hand. It's about the size as the orb that Ambien had, probably.
Okay.
It's like a crystal ball size, maybe a little bit larger.
I'm gonna pull Shah aside. What is he, the other guy doing, the wizard guy doing while this is all happening? Is he just staring at Will?
He's probably going over the plan with Will. So you guys walk out and grab Sha'ah to pull him aside somewhere, and we see him saying, "Okay, so I'm going to cast the spell." Oh, you found it? You found the item?
Yeah, I found it.
I didn't know if there was a proper item. I was just going to kind of make it up.
Oh no, there is.
What is it called?
That's why I couldn't remember the name of it. Spell Gem. Diamond.
Okay. Well, fancy that, huh? I didn't actually look that one up. Okay. Let me pull that up just so I have it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is
okay.
all of the lights, the fires in this place, did he make them all magical, or are lights just going off as Fang gets near them?
So the overhead lights do not go off, and remember he changed the way the fireplace in there works. It's properly blue now because it was a normal fire and then it was going out. So you were like, "Can you give me a fire that won't go out?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure." So like all the lighting in the area was kind of already.
So he
magical.
already replaced all of it with magical.
Yeah, basically.
Cool.
Yeah. Now it is a little dark in that area for us, like where Lumaki's going, for viewers' sake, I think. So I'm just gonna place another light over there. So like, as Lumaki like walks over there, another light just appears. Kind of like how if you walk into like a place with motion lights, they just turn on. It's kind of like that. Let me make sure that it's giving off the proper amount of light. Looks like it's not. There we go. Okay, so yeah, he's like talking to Will, and he's saying, all right, I'm going to cast the spell at the highest level, basically, that I can. And we'll see if it works. You'll cast it on me. Before we do that, I would like to take a moment to write a message to myself about what has happened in the grimoire. And if it is okay with you all, I would like to hold on to it.
Real quick, does he go over what he wants the replaced memory to be, or is he leaving that completely up to Will?
I was about to ask that in character.
I think the idea is that when he casts the spell into the gem, he's picking that. So he hasn't told you what it's going to be unless you ask him.
I think we know how the spell necessarily... I don't know if we know the detail of how that works.
Yeah, if you don't know modified memory, you might not, right? You could ask.
He's just saying that he can change how stuff worked. He's not saying... I mean, I guess he did say he replaces it with something. But...
Yeah, he did mention that.
So I'm a little confused. You're gonna put the spell in this diamond, and then I just say a few words, and it happens. I don't have to do anything.
He says, "Well, you will need to make a check of sorts. It will be dependent on your magical connection. But my spell should do most of the work. And
All right, I just don't want to mess it up.
when you're done, no matter if it works or not, you can keep the diamond if you like."
All right, I guess. Maybe my brother'd like it.
He nods.
I kind of want to ask him something, but I wanted to let Sha'ah, Lumaki, and Fang talk first.
All right.
You can ask.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So while Will's attuning, then he'll he'll say, "You seem to know a lot about gems and magical ones."
He nods. He says, "I've spent some time with magic items, and knowledge of magics being my domain, I try to understand best I can how it all works."
You know quite a bit about history, things that came before.
He nods. What can I help with?
There's this gem I've seen. I don't know where I saw it or what it is, and will use get the name of the cantrip. We'll use prestidigitation to make a small image of this sort of crystal.
I think I know the crystal you're talking about.
Yeah. And he'll just say, do you know anything about this? What it is, or just anything?
Now, is this the one with roots wrapped around it?
Yeah. Well, it's the one that had, that had roots wrapped. I don't show the roots wrapped around it, but I just show the crystal.
Yeah, just making sure it wasn't the one that Egregore was in.
No.
Okay. He pauses. He looks at it for a moment and kind of studies the image. And he says, how big is it? Larger than this? Where was it?
I don't remember. It's in my memories. I don't know where I remember it from. Although, I guess I should say there were these sort of roots wrapped around it when I saw it. It's all right if you don't know anything. I just thought, seem to know a lot.
Let me roll something. Ooh. Crit. And a success. He says this crystal extremely rare, one in existence. Extremely powerful, said to give the gift of foresight. I haven't seen it in person, but I'd heard a rumor that it had somehow found its way to the possession of a powerful archfey. A tree god of sorts. Goes by the name Amantiensen. And made an already powerful archfey all that more powerful. Foresight being nearly perfect. I suppose it would allow for very accurate long-term plans. Viewing of things across planes and time. It's quite the artifact. Much more powerful than anything I currently have in my collection. Makes that diamond look like a rock, actually.
Amantiensen? That's... You said an archfey?
He nods. God of tree beings. They called some of them tree ants. He was a member of the Sealy Court in the Feywild. Sort of their sage, their wise man. Shaman of sorts.
Does Egregore react to any of this knowledge and or the image that I conjured?
Yeah, probably the image at the very least. How would Egregore react to the crystal?
Another of ours. This one must be undamaged. Perfection. After all this time.
Then there's a pause, and then he says,
You creatures live on the remnants of our world.
He goes silent after that.
he does. He didn't sound angry or anything like that. It's just like,
Making an observation.
Yeah.
Okay. Will's gonna be a little silent as he considers this stuff.
Sure. And Ubermaw says, yeah, there's like this moment of you being silent, and we fade back to Ubermaw being like, Will, where is it?
Oh, sorry, where's what?
The crystal.
I don't rightly know. I've never heard of Amontiansen. I've heard of a few Archfey, not him.
Okay, well, he should keep it safe. There could be others looking for it. If that were to fall into the wrong hands, such as the liars, it could end everything. Something like that, they could finally make their plans come to fruition.
Ubermaw. For the record, I saw what you were like before things happened. I wanna try and see you get back to that place because you seemed like a good person.
There's a look on his face of sorrow, like what you said reminded him of something painful. He's gonna have to make a save.
Yeah, but I was being.
You were. It's not your fault. Like what you said made him think of something else.
No. Well, plus 5.
All right. Okay. Good thing you didn't get that crit fail. He says. I would too, I suppose, but I'm not certain that I can ever truly get back to where I was. Even if I can get my physical form back, undo somehow my own demise, I can't ever bring back the one thing that kept me grounded.
Maybe you don't have to be exactly like you were. I mean, Ubermaw the Ambivalent is the most. Maybe this time you could be Ubermaw the Generous. Or Ubermaw the Kind.
Ubermaw the kind.
You could be even better.
I can try to be kind to people like you who help. But I'm afraid that kindness isn't what my goals will be. I need to get back to warn Nurnum of their betrayal. What happened here, this was Heaven's fault. You see, I thought I could live in exile. I thought if I was out of their influence, that I would be safe, that my people would be safe. I see now that I was mistaken.
It sounds like you had the right intentions. I mean, all we can do is try.
Yes, well, perhaps it's not too late. Perhaps those who are responsible for what happened to Agape and the people can still be shown some righteous vengeance.
You mean justice, right?
He pauses for a moment. Justice, yes. If I can't bring back Agape, if I can't save the people from their tormentors, then I can find justice, at least, and avenge them. I should have wiped the liars from existence a long time ago. It was my hesitation that damned my people and my best friend and myself. I will not make the mistake again. And as for heaven, if there are more betrayers, I'm sure Nurnum will understand, would work with me to tear them from the light of the fountain.
I really don't know about all that, but that is what second chances are for. You get to try again and do better.
He nods. The thing you understand as a wizard, the first lesson when it comes to learning magic. See, Our magical knowledge comes from deep understanding of the laws of the universe, the way magic works intrinsically. Everything comes at a cost. And he turns and faces off towards Sha'ah. We see them talking, like we don't hear what they're saying. And he says, I believe that's one of the first things I said to them. And then we flash back to that scene where he's like talking to Vash and all them, and he says, everything comes at a cost. It's just whether you're willing to pay it. When he's talking about helping them. And that is in the trailer breakdown we did, that short video where we had the event, what happened. I can't remember which video it was, but we did do a trailer video where that scene was included.
Fair enough.
I could probably find it.
That's pretty much all from Will.
Thank you, Will. Okay, so we cut over to Sha'ah, Lumaki, Fang, who are in the seating area by the hookah. What are you all discussing when we cut over to you?
Sha'ah discusses about his previous companions and what happened before.
Okay, yeah, I see you guys were talking in the chat, so maybe is more stuff willing to trade for the book, and then Sha'ah said they're discussing about killing the Arcanas on the very rug you're on. What's an Arcana? Some sort of high being in material where my human companion once lived. It's like an equivalent of an archfey, okay. I remember Ubermaw stood there still and died. Okay, so you're talking about when he got killed. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Sha'ah is going down memory lane, and Fang and Lumaki are just trying to figure out what we're doing.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So then, in terms of priorities, what do you think we should focus on first?
I don't know. We should ditch this guy.
Ditch him? How do we do that? We're in his domain.
Leave this domain and then find our friend and find my wife and Topa.
That's all well and good, but like I said, how?
Maybe we should do what he told you. Maybe break that orb, and maybe we could go back to the realm that we were in.
Well, we don't want to go back to that place we were in. We want to go back to that other temple. Because we just came from that place where everything was floaty.
Yeah, but did you see what that orb was? What's in it?
Not really. It was I just grabbed it and gave it to Will. Do you think we should just leave this guy here and then use the orb to find the rest of them? Pang, what do you think?
I don't understand. I just know I gotta be an anchor for Indigo.
Well, this guy, he can change memories or something. I remember Avachai getting a headache or something.
Who's Avachai?
Who's Abachai?
Oh, he was one of my companions. He was a cleric. He teaches death.
And what happened to him?
I think he remembered something when Ubermaw touched him.
So, what is it that you are proposing?
He really wants my book. Do you think I should just give it to him?
Maybe he'll trade you something for it.
Well, you could ask him. Hey, Ubermaw.
Do you call him over?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he says, I'll check back with you in a bit, Will. Just let me know how attuning to the item goes. And
Affirmative.
he approaches Sha'ah, and he says, what is it?
So it seems that you really like this book, right?
I suppose so.
Do you have something to trade for it?
He pauses for a moment, and he says, it was my understanding that I was to help you all get back where you're going, if I can.
We need something more. This seems like a powerful book.
Yes. I was also going to help your friend there, Lumaki, try to regain his true form. I suppose I figured we were helping each other.
Yeah, and we helped you first, remember?
He pauses. So it's payment you want.
Not of gold, nor crystals. Do you have anything useful? Like a magical item or something?
Well, I did have a few magical items stored away in here. I've just given one to your friend in exchange for helping keep me lucid. But I'm afraid for the most part I'm tapped out on magical items at the moment. It seems my last visitors to this place, and he just stares at you kind of stoically. And he says, well, they took some things on their way out.
Oh yeah, I did take something.
Hmm.
I think it's this one. I show him the mask of the beast.
Yeah, and he says, "Well, look at that. It would appear I've given you a magical item already."
Well, you didn't give it. You died here, and we took it before you died.
Yeah, he says.
Well, after you died.
He says, "Oh, fair enough. Understandable, considering its previous owner was indisposed."
Fang just starts backing up like they don't want any part of this conversation anymore.
He goes, "How about this? You can give me the book. We help each other, and we consider it even." You can keep your
Oh, look.
mask. Your friend can keep the spell gem I've given him. And you can use them however you see fit.
I think you're close.
Will, you're only a few feet away. I would say you're not necessarily out of earshot, especially since they've met in the middle now, and they're sort of
Okay.
they're not really being hushed. They're sort of having this conversation just a few feet from you.
Just because Sha'ah mentioned his death explicitly, we'll just call over. Sha'ah, I was going to give this to my brother when I saw him next, but you could have this.
I guess you're right. I guess I should make him make a save, shouldn't I?
Damn it.
17. If I recall, 17 was a failure because I upped it to 20.
Yep, and he's not in range of Will either.
Nope.
All right. He takes a step towards you, Sha'ah. And he is the look of rage on his face that you'd expect. You don't know he's failed the save. But as an audience member, the look of rage when he fails this is not on his face. Would you like to make an insight check to see if you can detect that he's upset?
Yeah, I'll do that. Inside.
17.
May I also roll since Fang realized that the conversation was getting a little tense because Sha'ah looted this man's place?
Sure.
There it is.
16.
Oof.
Ooh.
Oh.
He's angry. He's definitely angry. He's hiding it. He's trying to not show how angry he is. Whereas before, when he would get angry, he would let it sort of rule him, like he couldn't hide it. Now he's angry and he's focused. He's trying not to show the rage that boils underneath the surface. And he reaches out a hand as he's talking, and he says, "Sha'ah, Sha'ah." And he places his hand on your shoulder. And he says, This would be easier if you would just do as I ask. Sha'ah, I need a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
With Shaw's insight and his low roll, would Shaw have the chance to move away?
Well, technically, I would say this is an attack. So I have to make an attack because I would say before you make the save, that's a fail if the attack hits. If I would put it this way, because you're not in combat, and all he has to do for this is to touch you in combat, it's a melee attack. Okay. Because of your insight, he'll actually have to make the attack roll. If you didn't get the insight and detect that he was really mad, you would just let him place his hand on your shoulder because he's just talking to you. You're just having a conversation, right?
Right.
So here's the attack roll. 20.
That's my AC.
So that hits. All right. He failed the save. It's not a spell. It is a melee attack.
Would I have the ability to use a reaction? Also seeing the tenseness, that's why Will spoke out.
You would be able to use a reaction, but it would only occur after he does this. So if it's something you're...
okay.
So, like, if you got, like, for instance, if you had a reaction that was, like, not absorb elements. I guess absorb elements would work, but there's Storm Cleric one where you damage them back. It would work, but you'd take the damage first. The only reason I say you can't do it beforehand is because you didn't make the insight check. Like, you were listening, but you didn't make the insight check. You can take your reaction, but what happens to Sha'ah happens first. Sha'ah, you take 9 cold damage, and you're paralyzed for 1 minute. You can make the save at the end of each of your turns. We will go into turn order now, I suppose. So what I want you to do, Sha'ah, Will, I guess, too. Anybody else who's might want to do things while this is taking place, you're gonna click your token and roll initiative. Let me get rid of. Let's see. We got Sha'ah, Will, Fang. We got old rolls on here, so I'm gonna have to get rid of those. Sha'ah, Will, Fang, Lumaki. We got everybody rolling. So let's see. Sha'ah rolled a 19. So that 13 should be gone. The 19's there. We don't have that layer action there. Indigo's gone. Okay. Will rolled a crit 20, so the 18's not there. Fang rolled an 11, so the 19 is not there. He rolled a 22, so the 21 is not there, because he rolled good before, apparently. Okay, is that everybody? There's a 14 here for Lumaki. Okay, that means the 16 is not there. Alright, that's everybody. That looks correct. Descending order, so he will get to go first. So, he places his hand on Sha'ah's shoulder and he says, "This would be easier if you just do as I ask," basically. And then Sha'ah, you feel every muscle in your body seize up. Like, in your whatever position you were in when he placed his hand on your shoulder is frozen. You're also racked with pain as the 9 cold damage, which isn't a whole lot to you, flows over you. Please reduce your HP if you haven't already.
I already did.
Okay. And yeah, your entire body feels cold and like you're frozen in ice, kind of. All your nerve endings through your whole body tense up and feel cold. And we kind of see you just like standing there staring, just like, can't move. Ubermaw will use his action to grab the book off of you. He will reach down, take hold of the book, place it into his robe and say, "See, wasn't that easier? Now we can just help each other. No need for this argument, this futility." Oh yeah, what was your reaction, Will? Sorry. You would get to...
I can't use it. If he got the thing off before I could use it, then I can't use it.
Oh, okay. I suppose that would be his turn. I mean, he could attack you. He can move. He grabs the book off of you. And places it in his robe. And then he just walks away with like a smirk on his face. And yeah, he walks by you, Will. Let's see, what was his move? 30, 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. Don't want him to do anything else. I will do this, just in case this gets into a full-fledged all-out combat. There is something else I need to add to the initiative order, so I'm gonna do that. Add turn and 20, and put that back in descending order. All right, that is his turn. Will, what do you do?
Will grumbles, "Damn it!" Gets up as he's approaching, like stands up, says, "Ubermaw, we were just talking about this. You gotta calm yourself."
It's settled.
I would like try and persuade him to calm down.
Okay, you try to persuade him to calm down.
And before that,
Is
I'm
your-
going to bonus action.
Fair enough.
Is it?
The persuasion would be your action here, though.
Right.
Okay.
So bonus action that.
Okay. Fair enough. So you get a plus
so
5.
Plus 5 to that.
30.
Nice.
We will work this out. You just gotta be patient.
All right, you succeed.
Now, hand me the book before he gets angry. I told you I'm trying to help you.
He says, "Fine. But don't forget our agreement. Do your best to honor it." And he hands
Do
you
that either way.
He'll have to hand you the book on his turn, I guess. But
Okay.
he starts reaching into his robe, presumably to pull out the book. It is a good thing that worked. What else you got on your turn?
I mean, nothing. I guess Will is just sort of like foot on the orb to hold it. Seems how he needs a free hand to grab the book.
All right. Then a thing happens. Let's see here. All right, nothing too crazy happens. Let me roll a d8. Okay. Presumably, nothing happens. Sha'ah, your turn.
I will do my constitution save.
Well, yeah, you're paralyzed, so at the end of your turn, let me see the description. Repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. Need a DC 18 con save, please. That is a critical failure. You stand there frozen, can't move. Lumaki.
He's really confused as to what to do here. He's gonna go 5, 10, 15. He's gonna inspect Sha'ah.
Yeah, Shaw's frozen like a statue.
20. I think he's gonna take Shaw's hand and then just drag him 10 feet.
Okay, alright. Fair enough.
So I guess we're doing this then, right, Will?
Doing what?
Are you ready for that spell he was talking about?
I haven't done it yet, no.
No, but are you ready to do it?
I'm willing to help him, yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, I've seen him before he became this. If we can get him back to how he was, that's a good thing.
Okay. I'll trust you. Lumaki ends his turn.
Okay. There is a bit from Ubermaw where Will's like, if we can get him back to the way he was, it'd be a good thing. Ubermaw might add something like, yes, it would make outbursts like this not happen, I suppose. Fang, you're up.
With my passive insight, does it look like Will's attempts to calm him down work? I mean, out of character I know, but I don't know if Fang...
Yeah. What's your passive insight?
21?
I'd say, yeah, probably.
Okay, cool. Then Fang is gonna move up, yes, in front of Sha'ah. And say, maybe we'll just let Will handle it. Will can decide. I think that's a good idea, and is trying to persuade Sha'ah to let Will decide if we're giving the book to Ubrimah or not.
So you're persuading Lumaki, or who are you persuading right now?
Sha'ah.
Oh, okay,
Even
Sha'ah.
though Sha'ah's paralyzed, so he can't actually respond yet, but that's what Fang's trying to do.
Fair enough. Yeah, he can still hear you. He just can't talk or anything. All right. Then Ubermaw's turn. He hands you the book, Will. And
Thank you.
yeah, when you reach out to grab it, there's a moment where he doesn't let go of it.
I don't yank harder. Will just says, "We're gonna help you, and you help us. You don't need to pay you. I'll work it out with him."
He nods and then lets go of the book. Then it's your turn.
I don't know if there's going to be any more combat.
All right, we can get rid of the turn order for now, just in case. All right.
Sha'ah, you all right?
Yeah, we still need to have Sha'ah roll. Sha'ah make a. That's why we had the turn order up. So you get back around to Sha'ah. Fails again.
Gosh.
That's 2 fails in a row. Yeah.
He doesn't want to go back.
So yeah, we see Will be like, Sha'ah, are you okay? And we pan over to Sha'ah, and he's just frozen. Lumaki stay there. Fang standing there. Sha'ah lets out half of bleat, half a sheep's bleat, but it's just and Ubermaw goes, he'll be fine. Just give him a moment.
Can I take back
looking at
skipping my turn?
Ubermaw.
Yeah, you can
Oh.
take back skipping your turn. That's fine. What do you?
I mean, if that's the case, Will walk over and cast Lesser Restoration on him.
All right, that removes paralysis, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Is he paralyzed or
He's
incapacitated?
paralyzed.
Okay.
Paralyzed makes you incapacitated, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more. It's a little bit different. Let me look at the paralyzed.
It's a little bit worse than incapacitated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like auto crits on melee attacks on you or something like that. Let me see. Paralyzed. A paralyzed creature is incapacitated and can't move or speak. The creature automatically fails strength and dex saves. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Any attack that hits the creature is a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. And then incapacitated just means you can't take actions or reactions. So on top of that, you have all those other nice effects. All right. So Sha'ah's no longer paralyzed. You feel control return to your body, Sha'ah.
He gasped for air.
You can
He went-
while you're paralyzed.
He went all mental, didn't he?
Well, you did kind of bring up his death again, and I will give you 9 points of healing from my own hands.
Did he take the book?
Yeah, here. I got it back.
Alright. You know what? Maybe we should give him the book. But if he does something crazy like that, I do like the pose that's like my finger to he's dead.
Yeah, you run your finger across your throat or whatever.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
I'm sure it won't come to that. I'm telling y'all, he's a good sword.
Alright.
Or he was.
Well, I trust you in that regard, but I don't trust him.
Great.
But you used to.
Well, I was neutral with him.
Will's gonna walk back over to Ubermaw.
Yeah, he's got his back to you guys, but he's clearly listening to what you're saying.
Ubermaw.
Yes.
Now, we're gonna help you. You can't just go off on people like that. You know that, right?
I do know that. It's not something I can easily control. You understand? Not until we set things right.
Okay. Well then, I'm sure you'll understand. We will give you the book. That'll be yours when this is all said and done. But I'm gonna hold on to it until we're ready to do all the things and get you back to normal. Just so that if you have a little episode, we can calm you down.
Yeah, he nods. Fair enough. But I'll need it for our attempt, or another focus, at least.
I have a
We can do that.
question. So, if you left stuff here before, and then he and his friends, and Fang points at Sha'ah, took stuff, then you said your book was missing. Wouldn't your book be here? Because he didn't seem to know where your book would be when you brought it up before.
The one that I had before my death, you mean? Has to make another save.
+5.
Fang was purposefully avoiding saying death.
21 just succeeds.
We all stop bringing up the episode.
I didn't say it.
He says, it was on my body. I don't see that here.
I suppose it wouldn't be, right?
Right, yeah. He says,
I think if I remember right, I think Agape took his body, right?
Which means it was incinerated when
Yeah.
Agape-
but Sha'ah doesn't actually know it got incinerated.
Yeah. So it burned to a crisp. He just says it was likely destroyed in the chaos when this place fell.
That
And
sucks.
you only have one of them? You don't have any spare books?
It's a very special book.
You only have one special book?
Indeed.
How many special books would one need?
I don't know. He said he's a very powerful wizard. Don't wizards
think-
usually have multiple books?
I think the answer should be all of them. That's how many you need.
Well,
He
that
ju-
was
He gestures to the bookcases and he says, "There are other books in my collection, sure, but arcane grimoires are a bit harder to come by." It's not something you just make typically, and most wizards make one. The one you carry likely came from a powerful wizard, which means they died or lost it somehow. Do you know any who would have use for it? Any other wizards that could make use of that book? Any minds who can withstand the knowledge inside? Or even be able to decipher it? I will take your silence as a no.
Freddy had Sha'ah say something in the Roll20 chat.
Oh yeah. How about you train me how to do that touch that you did for this book?
It's not something one can simply train. This isn't.
How did you do that then?
How did I do that? Well, you see, I understand where the soul meets the body through years of study and practice. It's more than
Oh.
just a pressure point, you see. It's an innate understanding of magics. The magic that binds the soul to the flesh. And when you understand something like that, you can poke, prod at it.
Well, if you can study it, doesn't that mean you can teach it?
Exactly what he said.
Do you have decades to learn?
Do you have the book?
Will has
Well, here. Give it to him, Will.
No, I'm gonna hold on to it until we're ready.
Okay, well, what else do you need to do to get ready? Can we maybe take a rest while you're doing that?
I think that'd be for the best, yeah. And I just want to say, I know what he seems like, but you heard what he's willing to do. He's willing to change your form, send us back where we need to go to complete the mission. He is, or was, a very, very powerful person. But Sha'ah, when you encountered him, did he use that power against you?
Mm,
Or
probably
did he try
not
to
at
help
me.
you?
Remember,
My point being is that he was a very powerful person who didn't use that power just for himself.
That's true.
He didn't go crazy with it. So, you know, it just seems like a good idea.
Okay. But make sure he doesn't turn on us.
Do what I can.
Because if he does,
If he
I'll
does,
do
we'll
that
have to
other
stop
guy.
him. He'll say that looking at Ubermaw.
He nods. And he says, "Of course, I understand."
Is there
Is that right?
is there any chance that the spell that you're going to do will go wrong?
Which one?
The spell, the one that you said you were going to do on yourself.
Help you with your episodes, change your memory.
Well, suppose there's a chance that your friend, he gestures to Will, doesn't manage to summon the will to complete it. He kind of smiles. If that happens, it's likely that it simply will fail. That nothing will take place.
No
But-
repercussions then?
Well, if I recall, when a modify memory spell fails, simply nothing happens. Typically, the creature that you're using it on knows what you did, but I'm going into this already knowing that. So, likely nothing
And,
will happen.
If we do fail, we can always give it another go.
If you're concerned that I might accidentally alter a different memory somehow, I do not think that is possible, because as I am the one casting the spell on the gem, I set the terms for how it functions. It is up to your friend here to make sure he doesn't cast it on someone else by mistake, I suppose. And I think you can handle that, can't you, Will?
I can, yeah.
Good.
Maybe we should all rest now.
Yes, I think some rest could perhaps alleviate the tension.
And
Hey,
just
good
to be
night.
safe. Good night, Fang. Just to be safe, I'm gonna maybe you should stay near me, Ubermaw. Wherever you want to rest, I'll be near you.
Okay. I suppose that's fine. I'll be staying out here, reading through some of my books.
Sounds good.
So what's the plan here, guys? Are we taking a long rest?
Yeah.
We should
like
probably
it.
take our break.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good spot to take our half-show break. For those of you who are going to rest, you may pick a bed. And are you guys like locking the door? Are you taking watches? Are you just gonna leave Will on watch out here? What's going on?
I think we shut the door, which makes it invisible. I don't know if it has a lock.
No, I think he was asking about the bedroom door, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because we already shut the door when we came in. Fang and
Right,
Sha'ah
right.
did.
Is it just pillows over here? I think I'm actually sleep here.
Yeah, over there by the hookah. Yeah, there's some pillows on the ground over there.
Just in case anything happens. It'll be a-
What are you worried about? All right. Sha'ah. Where did Sha'ah go?
He's sitting on a throne.
So I think that's fine. You can sit on the throne if you want. I'm just saying, like, I think big old sheep centaur might have a hard time sleeping on a stone throne.
He's gonna half of his body will be on a seat, while his lower half will be on the floor.
If I recall, the throne heals you or something, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, if you're not at full HP, you're at full HP now, but you're at full HP already, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you gonna take your rest here? Like, you might have a hard time sleeping, is what I'm saying.
He'll probably look for Fang. Where did Fang go?
Ubermaw creates 4 beds in a private room for us, and only one of them is being used.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah.
All right. Here's my question: do you guys lock the door?
Probably not.
Okay.
I'll just be here.
All right. Fair enough.
I mean, if Lumaki and Will are staying outside of the room, we probably don't, just because then they could come in if they want to come get food.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right. So we'll give you guys a long rest, and we'll take our break here. I suppose we'll be back in, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes. You guys can go get yourself something to drink, go to the restroom, do whatever you need to do. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Peace, guys. I am back. Let's see how these guys are doing. Hey, have you guys made it back?
Yep.
Aloha. Aloha. Well, I know one person is back.
I'm here.
Hello. 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 Hey, Unrooted's here. Hey, Unrooted. Tentacle back to you, my friend. Good to see you. So that one new song on the break, while we're waiting on everyone to return, slaps real hard. I don't know. It's getting added to the rotation. It really hit me right in the feels for this arc. It was the violin one that was playing earlier, and it's called Before the Shadows. It's from the Dark Fantasy Studio stuff that Ella hooked us up with, so thank you for that. We just haven't played it much. I just had to play it on this break. I thought it might fit pretty good with this arc, and I think it did. I think it did fit pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. What are you guys thinking of today's sessions so far?
It's good.
Yeah, you guys having fun?
I think it's funny that, like, usually our characters are the more trusting ones, and Vash is the one who's not trusting, and it's completely flipped.
Yeah, it's good to see that sort of foil here. Yeah, I wasn't sure how this would play out. I thought, I mean, it's never too late, as they say. I thought maybe it would devolve into combat so much sooner. I kind of thought when he paralyzed Sha'ah there that we were just going into all-out combat after like another turn or so. So that's a thing. But it's not too late. It's never too late, as the song goes, or whatever.
Yeah, it's not too late. You never know.
Yes, you never know. So I'll be honest with you guys while we're waiting here to start back up. I did a lot of planning for this session. For things like, will this happen? Will this happen? I have plans in place for lots of different things that could go wrong. What would happen in response to this kind of things? As always, I was wrong. I did not plan for what you guys ended up doing. It's the way it goes. Such is the life of a DM. You try to plan for all the decisions the characters could possibly make. You can never do it. You can't ever do it. They're always going to do not exactly what you expect.
Amen.
Hey, welcome back, Wolf. So, good job. I just want to say good job. You guys always do a good job. Thank you guys for being awesome players. Okay. We got everybody back. Wolf's here. We got Ella, Q, and Ferdy are here.
Yep.
Let's drop our vampin' music. Re-engage our gameplay soundtrack here. Yes. So, Sha'ah, Fang, taking their long rest in the quarters. Will and Lumaki are hanging out here. And Will is focused on Ubermaw. Now, Lumaki, you are sleeping, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that this light here, right over your face, turns off so that you can get some proper rest. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Will, for the most part, he just stands around reading books. Are you keeping an eye on him? Are you moving with him if he moves to a different shelf?
I'm trying to keep him within my protective aura. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm staying pretty close to him. And Will might even ask questions throughout the night, like what he's looking at, what he's researching, just small talk.
He's researching stuff about giants for the most part. Like, he looks, he reads through the rest of that book that he was showing you guys, Histories of the Giant Races. He goes over each subsection. He's trying to help Lumaki. He's trying to get as much knowledge as he can about the giants, because while he like knows stuff, the mind can only contain so much, right? Like, it doesn't hurt to brush up, to get more familiarized, to remind yourself of things. And there may even be points where he like corrects things. Stuff that's written in the book that's not exactly right. Like, oh, that's not true. I met this, a descendant of this line, and they were like this, not quite like this. Something like that. Now for your meditative, do you have to meditate or anything to do your rest? Well, I know you don't have to
Nope.
sleep, but okay. Just making sure.
Just not anything strenuous.
Right on. Okay. Let's see here. He might even ask if you'd be interested in learning a little bit about Amantiensen.
I mean, Will would probably say yes to that. I did a question for him about the giant stuff, if that's what he's looking up.
Yeah, that's what he starts checking out first. Let's RP it, bud.
So at some point, Will just kind of blurts out, Ubermaw, this change that the spell you're gonna try and cast on Lumaki, changing back.
Yeah.
Will it affect his memory or his personality?
Well, I suppose it could. Yes. It depends.
If we change him back to a giant, will he
Well-
still be our friend, or
He will. Here, let me.
no?
Let me-
I will. Sorry, that was tree humor.
Yeah, he kind of smiles for a moment. Let me see here. He says, "Here, I have something you might want to take a look at." And he pushes like his hand underneath and in between two books. Okay, so here's what it looks like. Their books are all lined up on the shelf, and where two of them meet, at the bottom of the shelf between them, he pokes his fingers in, and then his whole hand kind of reaches in. The books part at the bottom, but they stay together at the top. That makes sense. So there's like the light doesn't exactly reach in where his hand is going, so it looks like a dark space.
Okay.
And he reaches around, like you see his arm kind of moving. His hand disappears into the darkness between the books, but his arm's kind of moving, like he's looking for something. And then he grabs hold of something, and he seems like it's kind of like says, "Oh, there it is," and he pulls it out. And what he pulls out is like a parchment that's rolled up, kind of like a scroll, with like a ribbon around it and a stamp. The paper is sort of browned. It's probably some kind of vellum, but it's like browned with age, especially at the
Looks
tips.
old.
Yeah, kind of dusty. And he grabs hold of the sort of like ribbon tying it, and he tears he like pulls on it, and the wax stamp tears, and he opens it up, and what you see is some writing. What languages do you read, Will?
Common, Sylvan, Elven. That's it. Oh, and deep speech.
Common, Sylvan, Elven, and Deep Speech. Okay. So what you see, you do not understand. It is written in Celestial, probably. But you do see a bunch of runes. Some of them you might recognize. Runes that you've seen people trace in the air when they cast certain magics. That kind of thing. And he tells you this is the scroll we'd be using. It's a
Change him back.
he nods. He says it's a spell of true polymorph.
So you can't cast the spell yourself, or did you just had one prepared?
He says, no, it's not something I would typically cast myself. Now, I could study this scroll, learn the spell to help your friend, or one of you could attempt to use it. There's a chance it would work, but as it's such a powerful spell, might be unlikely.
I get the feeling you'd have the best chance at making it succeed.
He nods. It's because of my connection to magic, the way I do it.
Better go with the best chance then, I suppose.
He nods. He says, this would add the spell to my repertoire. I never saw a need for it, to be honest with you. But it's good to have these things, just in case.
So
he takes a look at the scroll, like he's studying it. So will it replace his personality? Let's see here. He'll become what I change him into. That much is true. Let's see. I'll need to focus for a significant amount of time to make sure it holds.
all right.
He will have to allow me to do this willingly for the best chance. I could do this against his will without his consent, but it would be harder to do. Less likely to work properly. Let's see here.
Will he forget traveling with us and knowing us?
That's what I'm trying to understand here. His mental ability will change based on his form. For example, the hill giants were not known to be very intelligent, unlike the cloud giants. For example, it is likely if I were to change him into a hill giant, he would his faculties would lessen as a result.
But what about his memory?
It seems he would retain his personality, and his fortitude of character, I suppose. He wouldn't be any more likely to commit wrongs or rights. He would still be who he is deep down. It wouldn't alter his soul at that level, at least. Let's see here. Okay. Yes, we've been through this before. He becomes the creature. It's not simply an illusion. Oh, that's significant here. Anything the creature is wearing would transform with him into the new form. We may, if he has items of significance on him, we may want him to remove those items for the purpose of this, just so he doesn't lose them.
Good to know.
Let's see here. No, that's only if you're changing an object into something else. Okay. He will not remain under my control once the spell becomes permanent. After I've focused on it for a while.
What do you mean remain?
Well,
Will he be under your control until then?
I believe the reason it's worded that way is because if you were to turn a object into another creature. For example, if I were to turn this bookcase into a giant or a man or anything else, it is presumed to be friendly to you, meaning as if perhaps similar to as if it was under the effects of some sort of charming magic.
All right.
Let's see here. Oh, I see. Yes, there is a chance it will. Yes, the creature has no memory of time spent in this form. And if the spell ends, it returns to its normal form. I believe it may wipe his memory. Yes. The way it's worded isn't exact. Since I've never used the spell before, I won't be certain. It seems to be referencing the turning the object into a creature here. Let me try to sort of explain. You see, celestial, the wordings aren't quite exact. Sometimes it sounds more strange and common. Let's see. So it starts in a section addressing the turning a creature into an object. It says, if you turn a creature into an object, it transforms along with whatever it is wearing and carrying into that form. The creature's statistics, that must mean like its fortitude, its intellect, its willpower, become those of the object, and the creature has no memory of time spent in this form after the spell ends and it returns to its normal form. So that's really the only thing it says about memory. It's hard to understand if that would apply turning one creature into another creature, which is theoretically what we would be doing. You see, people, giants, for the purposes of the way these spells work, even something such as yourself would be considered a creature.
You're losing me here. I mean, just give me your best guess.
Well,
Will it change his memory? Will he remember us or not?
Let's see here. Let me just make a roll. I mean, oh, buddy. Oh no! Oh no, that's a critical fail. I was like, he has a plus 18. There's no way he can do bad on this. Oh well, he did. Wow. He says, I don't know. I've never used this on someone. As the master, I didn't believe in changing a creature's form into another creature. I always held life more sacred than that. I wouldn't change a creature's form, make them become something else, even if it was a wicked creature.
We'll think for a minute, and then he'll say, all right, well, you mentioned giants being, I mean, they're quite large. They went to war with dragons, so they're powerful, I assume.
Yes. Quite
and
powerful.
You said that this might have been the way that he got changed to how he is now in the first place. And he doesn't or anything from before that. Not really.
Yes. I don't know how.
So
Do you know how long he's been like this?
I don't.
Well, that's something we can talk to him about. I don't know that it was a crafty dragon that did this to him, but it could be. It could be, if depending on the kind of giant he was, it could have been one of the other giants, or perhaps a stranger that came into contact with his clan.
Are giants, on a whole, are they pretty friendly or aggressive?
Sorry, that was if you've studied the history, that was quite the funny question. No. Giants typically not very friendly.
That's what I figured.
There was the occasional offshoot that was more friendly than others, but quite a lot of them are very violent.
But we need to be ready in case he decides to go a little violent.
Yes, it's hard to imagine. He seems like a very calm person. It would seem out of character for him. But you're right. I mean, if what I'm seeing here is true, if we were to change him into a fire giant, for example, he could be quite upset. Or a hill giant, really, a Fomorian. All these are probably not going to give us the best reaction if they were to simply find themselves in our presence.
All right. I guess I'll be ready for that if it has to happen.
Yeah, he nods. He says, I might be able to find something in here about this Monsiensen if you'd be interested.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, okay. He rifles through the bookcase again. This time he scans along the spines of the book, and he goes to a different spot on the thanks, Sarita. I just saw your comment. That's funny. On the row of books. He reaches and pulls out a book. This one says Deities of Faerun, I think is probably what it says. Faerun. You as a player know what that is.
Right.
I think that's the Feywild in 3rd edition. Whatever. He opens it up and finds a section on a Montiensen, and he shows you a picture of a tree, and what it looks like is it's not crudely drawn like how I'm about to describe. It's quite artistic, but it's simple. And so you have a line for the ground, right? And then above the ground is drawn there's no color. This is all with charcoal or something, fine charcoal. Is the image of a big, beautiful sprouting tree, all its branches reaching out. Below the ground is a mirror image of that tree, but it's drawn more like roots so there's like no leaves on it.
Mhm.
And in the roots, in the center, deep under the tree, sits a gem-shaped object. It looks kind of like a 20-sided die, a dodecahedron.
And I'm seeing this book.
Yeah, he's showing you the picture.
Okay.
He's showing you the section in the book. And it's all written in, well, I mean, it's the Feywild, after all. It's all written in Elven, which you speak, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so he starts to go over some things here. So you see the first thing, when you see the crystal in the roots, the 20-sided die, which shaped gem, which looks familiar, obviously.
Right.
You hear Egregor.
That really interesting.
As he flashes to your mind the image of the crystal he was in, which looked very similar in sides, so like same shape.
Mhm.
Okay, and he says, okay, Montiensen, god of the treants, member of the Sealer Court, court sage. Name comes from the one who is slow to rouse, but is great in might when stirred to action. Okay, that's a long descriptor. Let's see here. He appeared as a treant. His bark reflected light. He stood tall, and his roots drove deep to wrap around a magical crystal. Let's see. Amantiensen typically was quiet, spoke a few words. However, when he did speak, everyone listened, for his wisdom was great. And he is thought to have a moral outlook on things. Okay. Let's see.
I know when you were, I know you sheltered some of the Archfey here before. You didn't ever? Did you ever run into him?
No, never.
He's supposed to be quite wise.
Well, yes. For example, there's no origin story for Montiensen, it seems. It says here that he is thought to have always existed. Whereas we know, for example, that giants didn't come before the Kalishtar. We think that perhaps they go back to the times of the Kalishtar. But we don't know for certain. The Amantiensen could have always been simply the crystal about which his roots curled slightly, however, was said to have been created by an even more ancient, unknown power. That's ominous.
You mentioned sort of a prophecy, or the ability to. The crystal gave him the ability to sort of see what was coming.
Foresight. It's said to give the gift of foresight, I think.
Right.
To see.
So wouldn't he have known that this was going to happen?
Well, perhaps.
How come he didn't help?
Well, it's possible that he, with foresight, he could see a given number of outcomes for what would come to pass, right? Theoretically, if he's not helping with something, it is because not helping would achieve the desired outcome somehow. Now, if he has true foresight, Think of it as uh, um, it could be something seemingly unrelated. For example, a a bird is killed on one side of Faerun, and 1,000 years later, an emperor is born on the other side. That would not have taken place without the bird being killed a millennia before. Does that make sense? Seemingly unrelated things, but somehow over the course of many years, one event does lead to and cause the other. Seeing things in such a grand scope, it's possible that decisions be made, actions taken that wouldn't make sense unless you were on the outside looking at. So I guess what I'm saying is, I suppose it's possible that him not helping is in actuality helping.
It seems awfully convenient.
Perhaps. Or it's also possible that even with this gift of foresight, some things just aren't able to be seen. That there are still factors at play which somehow can't be predicted, can't be accounted for. And that even with so much power, some things, unfortunately, still come down to chance.
If someone wanted to talk to him, how would you go about finding him? Does it say in that book?
Let me see here. Worshippers. Hidden magic. Being of wisdom. Eternal being of wisdom. No. Not directly worshipped in most places. Elves of Faerun offer prayers with their worship of the Seldarine. I'm not sure what that means. I can try to take a look at that later. Let's see here. Is there anything else that can help here? It's relationships.
You said he part of the Sealy Court. If I find someone in there, would they know how to find him?
Yes. From what I understand, he was said to be quite close with Oberon. And
All right.
And Titania, it looks like. Actually. Let's see here. Is there anything else? Oh, interesting. He supposedly shared at a divine realm with other members of the court, which wandered from plane to plane. Would also frequent plane of Arborea, which was mentioned with one of the giant races. I think that's kind of an interesting crossover. The Titans, I think, was that who it was? The Titans that had fled to Arborea?
I believe so. From what you said.
Connected as he was to the roots of his realm, the sage of the Sealy Court could hear murmurings of entities living deep beneath the surface of many worlds. This is sounding familiar. He also listened to the wind and to the animals resting in the branches of his avatars. He spoke with fairies and listened to the songs of the elves. He gathered a great deal of information useful to the court, and he never forgot anything that he heard, though it might take him a long time to recall something from deep in his memory. Amontiensen sent his avatars to protect ancient forests where they would watch, appearing dormant but in fact ever vigilant. They might even lead treants in battle against those who would seek to annihilate elven lands. Huh. His avatars would attend centurial meetings of the Elder Treants. Well, maybe that's what you
So he
are.
does help sometimes.
Well, it seems so. It seems he, when in times of great distress, he creates avatars, meaning pieces of himself or forms of himself, and sends them into the world to protect things, to keep watch, for the greater good, it would seem. Maybe that's what you are.
I don't think so.
Well, you're welcome to take this with you if you like. I can probably get another copy somewhere.
I will, thank you.
Yeah, he hands you the book.
And I appreciate you looking that up, but I don't want to distract you too much from Lumaki's request. So I want to make sure nothing goes wrong there.
Yeah, he nods. Yeah, no problem. I'm just familiarizing myself with all the different clans and offshoots. Hoping maybe we can narrow it down.
Sounds smart.
Maybe there's another way we can figure out how to get the magic off of them, but not what I'm familiar with, at least for the time being. And yeah, he turns back to the shelf and continues reading and looking through some different things, pulling some different books, testing different theories. He eventually looks up the Seldarine, probably, to see what that was. And I suppose we can, unless somebody else wants to do a thing, skip through the rest to long rest. That means everyone gets the benefits of a long rest, including him. So, let me do that. Make sure you guys restore your hit points, half your hit die, spell slots, all that junk. There we go.
Oh, and I guess I am attuned to the thing now.
Yeah, would you like to have that conversation before the long rest ends? Because it will only take you an hour, right?
No, I think I'll wait for everyone to be awake.
Okay. All right, so end of long rest. Lumaki, the light waits until you wake up to turn back on. Fang, Sha'ah, what have you all been doing in the room? What have y'all been up to?
Dreaming about rescuing Indigo.
What's the plan?
To become the best anchor.
Oh, okay. I see y'all been typing in the chat again. Sorry. Well, I suppose what we can do is like fade in as people are waking up. Maybe y'all are having the conversation. How you trying to? Oh, okay. All that took place earlier. Waking up to be best anchor, so Indigo can find. Oh yeah. I think we saw that. Okay. So
Except in Fang's dreams, it's a lot more fantastical and less straightforward.
So you're more of like a literal anchor, like you're
Yeah.
like yeah, maybe somehow we in the dream we see Indigo riding on a ship through the astral sea, and they the captain's like, hey, we need to throw down the anchor, or whatever, and they do, and it's you, Fang. You're the anchor. That you're just tied to the ship, and they just grab you and throw you overboard.
Yeah, and then I drag along the bottom and I catch Indigo.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, right on. All right. So, welcome to the morning. Do you guys want to discuss anything in private in the room before y'all get up and meet the others?
I just wake up, Fang. Hey, you're drooling.
What?
Wake up.
What?
I think you had a very nice dream.
I had a dream that I was on a ship and they put a chain on me and threw me in because I was the anchor, and then as I was dragging along the bottom of whatever it was, I found Indigo.
Maybe we need to look for a ship.
Yeah.
Can I throw you?
I can swim, so it's okay.
Let's see if Will's still alive.
Oh wait, but if I'm going under the water, I can't breathe water.
I'm sure. Wait, we're going to water?
Well, if there's a ship and I'm an anchor, then it makes sense it would be going into the water, right?
That's true. Maybe it's because it's just a dream. Everyone's here.
Lumaki, how you doing?
Morning.
We'll say over the course of the night,
Morning.
maybe he had to make some saves, but you held him together. Well, he was fine. All right. What do you guys do?
So, are you ready now? Is everything ready for that thing you wanted to do?
I think I've formed a connection to this. I think he needs some way to cast a spell, right?
Ubermaw nods.
We want to maybe just go cautious and give you a temporary replacement for the book until we're sure that you've got control. That be all right with you?
I suppose. Oh,
Think you could make another Lumaki?
he says, no, actually, the plan was for me to write down what has happened to me and the people and Agape in the book in my handwriting, so that at least I'll know what has happened. You see, I won't think that that it didn't happen.
Doesn't that mean that you'll, if you read that, won't you then remember that happened? Doesn't that defeat the purpose?
He says no. As I explained, we're altering my memory so that I can't relive the moment over and over again. Of course, he's gonna have to make saves the whole time you guys are talking about this. Okay.
+5.
Yeah. He says.
But-
he says, the moment of my passing is what we're replacing here, and since it's been some significant time, it's a little bit more difficult to do that.
But if you read it and then just imagine what happened, won't that be bad too?
Let me see here. Let me look at the spell and see. I don't think so. Let me check. On a failed save, becomes charmed, incapacitated in rare surroundings, takes damage to other spells when it ends. While this charm lasts, you can affect okay. While this charm lasts, you can affect the memory. You can permanently eliminate all memory of the event. You can allow the target to recall the event with perfect clarity and exacting detail, change its memory of the details of the event, or create a memory of some other event. You must speak to the target, describe how its memories are affected, and must be able to understand your language. Blah, 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 blah. Its mind fills any gaps of the details. If the spell ends, creature's memory is otherwise. Modified memories take hold when the spell ends. Modified memory doesn't necessarily affect how a creature behaves. If the memory contradicts the creature's natural inclinations, alignment, or beliefs, and a logical modified memory, such as implanting a memory of how much the creature enjoyed dousing itself in acid, is dismissed. Perhaps it's a bad dream. GM might deem a modified memory too nonsensical to affect a creature in a significant manner. A remove curse or greater restoration spell cast on the target restores the creature's true memory. Sounds like reading what like that it happened will not. But
I also have a quick question about it. I think he admitted that he at least had a phylactery. I don't know if he explained that he was a lich, but maybe his modified memory just like he remembers at least that he was a lich already, and that
yeah, that's true. He would be immune to it.
Yeah.
Because it's a charm. It actually wouldn't work.
I mean, okay. Being immune to something doesn't... Usually when there's a save, you can choose to fail. I don't know why you couldn't choose to not be immune to something.
That's true.
Yeah, but my question was more of he knows he has died once already and became a lich. So just reading about knowing that he died again, maybe his altered memory is changing it so that he just doesn't remember that he is fully dead.
Well, so the way you become a lich,
I don't think you necessarily have to die.
yeah, you don't necessarily have to die. The way he did it, well, you kind of do. Like the process would, like if you're doing it by the old school way to become a lich, like you have to go through a magical process where you're like turning yourself into an undead or whatever. That the process would kill you. But I don't because you're becoming an undead. But I don't know that it would like there would be like his traumatic event of the death, right? Like the idea is that becoming a ghost is caused by a particularly traumatic death or emotional one or violent one. And because that he died under those circumstances, he became a ghost. And it's that sort of trauma that is causing him to become the longer he kind of hangs on in physical form, it's that trauma affects his brain more and more, and that's what's causing him to slip into like a madness. But fun fact, the way he became a lich is essentially stealing his own soul back from heaven, or at least like stealing.
Which he told us.
Yeah, okay, he did tell you that. Okay,
he did. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if that was something that had been told, but that's why heaven wasn't on good terms with him. because theoretically everyone's soul is stored in heaven, even like while they're alive. That is why when Timothy died that one time, and he talked to the guy in heaven, he like pulled him out of the ground, right? Like there was that scene where they met on the sands in heaven, and the guy like we saw this thing planted in the ground, and Tim was like under the ground, and there was like a bell above it, like planted in the ground that started ringing, and then Tim came to, like surrounded in sand and earth, and the guy reached into the ground and pulled him out. That was taking place supposedly in heaven, maybe like where his heavenly soul was kept or whatever. So theoretically, if somebody could like steal their, like break into heaven and steal their soul, they could live forever or whatever, with a phylactery. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna say, yeah, he can choose to fail on this. Let's see. But yeah, I don't think seeing it written down. Now you're asking about it, he's gonna say, I'm not gonna write the details of my death. I am simply going to write that I am dead, that I am a ghost, and that death killed me, and that Agape is gone, and the people are gone. And that is all I truly need to write. I just want to make sure that I'll still be able to understand the score of things, just in case.
All right, as long as there's no risk of just making this whole thing pointless.
Yeah, he nods.
Can I ask how are you changing? Like what's gonna change?
Well, I suppose I'll be able to hold myself together. The outbursts should cease, and then we can get back to what's important, like focusing on finding a way to get me back to maybe help my people, to warn Nurnum, to stop whatever is coming in heaven. There must be some kind of civil war.
And how does the spell that you're going to cast go? Can you just, without actually doing it, can you sort of describe what you're going to say, what you're going to do?
He does. So he describes...
Insight check.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you... Oh, it's a big old 10! Okay, he rolled a 5. All right. Okay, so he basically he goes through the act of casting the spell where he has to like say out loud what the memory he's replacing with what. The only thing he really changes about it is that he doesn't remember it. He takes away the sort of fear of the moment, the sort of anticipation and dread and anxiety, and he puts in that he suddenly died of like a heart attack or an aneurysm or something, like stroke, something like that.
Yeah, is he what Lumaki said? I assume he is, but
yeah, he would. Let's see. Let me just take a look at the spell. It's an enchantment spell.
And it just has to be in a language that the target will understand.
Yeah, I mean, he probably would just do it in common or whatever. It's fine. You said a language is hard to understand?
No, I said that the target can understand,
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, he probably just do it in common.
which is him.
Yeah,
So
he speaks common and celestial and a lot of other things apparently, but common is fine. Yeah. Yeah.
we'll look around to the others and say, "Are we good to go? Everyone's all right?"
Doesn't he have to write that thing in the book first?
Yeah, I'm just, before I give it to him. Any questions or concerns?
Are you gonna write your message in common?
He says, would it make you all feel better if I did?
Yes.
Yeah.
He shrugs. I'll write it in common, as long as it's my handwriting. I'll know it was me.
Okay.
All right.
Then I'm good.
All right. You hand him the book. He finds a page in the book. You gonna say something?
Oh no, I said I hand it to him.
Oh, okay. He'll write it in there in common. Basically the same things he said, where he was like, he's like, I, Ubermaw, am dead. Then he says, death killed me, with a capital D. And then he says, Agape is dead. The people are dead. Find a way to make this right.
Maybe not all the people are dead. I mean,
well, okay, yeah, that's fair. He would put the people are dead or enslaved by the liars. Is what he would put. And then whatever. The rest is as I said. And then he shows it to you. And
alrighty.
There's a bunch of other stuff on the page too. Like there's like some runes and stuff, and it's like the page is probably a spell. Like he just wrote it in the margins on one of the pages. And like it's in a different color ink or whatever. Like it's whatever quill he happened to have on it, probably. And he shows it to everybody. That's all I wanted to write. Is everything satisfactory?
Looks fine to me.
And then he nods, and he Lumaki's rolling insight. Yeah, okay. So what is your insight check? What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I was just saying if he was lying or not.
About
that's all he wanted to write.
No, he wasn't lying.
Oh, that's it.
Okay.
We'll have the diamond up, the root-like fingers still wrapped around at the branches.
Okay.
All right, whenever you're ready.
All right. He let's see here. He chants some words.
He is making sure that the dry run that he did sounds like the run that he's doing now.
Okay.
So we don't feel like he's casting a different spell.
Yeah. Okay, you guys are really suspicious of this. He chants some words. He starts tracing a rune in the air. It's the same rune that's on the page of the book. You see, once he starts to do it, make an insight check. You'll do fine. You guys are kicking his ass on insight checks. Oh my god! What? gosh, he only has a +3. Okay.
What was this for versus what he's writing in the book?
So he gave us a dry run of the spell. Now we're just trying to figure out if that's the same spell he's casting now, or if he's trying to fool us.
Okay.
The rune is the same. He traces the same rune in the air he did in the dry run. He says the same initial chants he did in the dry run. He does start telling like what the memory's gonna be. And he doesn't change anything there either. This isn't a deception check. This is a persuasion roll. So I don't really know what a crit on that looks like. Like he somehow does it. He somehow does it with like looking extra good. Like somehow. I don't know what
Sure.
I don't know what that's like, but his intentions come off as even more well-intentioned than he actually is.
He's really selling it right now.
Sounds
Yeah.
just like the dry run.
Yeah, he does definitely seem a lot more into it. Will. Okay. What the shit? Okay.
I assume my passive insight gets the same information because my passive is only 21.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Wow. Okay. So yeah, he casts Modify Memory. Let me mark off the spell on his sheet because that is what he was intending to do.
That's a long spell too. It's like 10 minutes.
1 action.
Wait, what? Modify memory?
Casting time, 1 action. Concentration up to
Oh,
1.
I'm thinking of a different spell.
You're thinking of Gaius, probably.
Yeah.
Okay. So there we go. He casts a spell on the diamond.
Cast the spell into the gem. Okay.
And as he does, the gem, the perfectly clear diamond, takes on a milky glow to it. Yeah, you have the gem in your hand. You can sense a powerful spell flow into the gem.
So now I just activate the magic and send it back to you.
He nods, and he says yes, directed at me. And then he sort of closes his eyes and winces, kind of.
All right. Do you mind if I just and Will like reaches forward to grab the book?
Oh, you're gonna try to take the book back from him?
Well, not like he's not trying to rip it away or anything. He's telling him he's gonna do it, but he's just to be cautious. You can have it back right after.
Make a persuasion.
Once we know you're in control. All right. Persuasion.
I'll have him make a save, but he'll probably be fine. Yeah, he's got +5. All right. He's. I'm sorry. I should have done insight. That's the wrong roll. I just realized. Okay, critical fail. Yeah, he thinks he made it. Okay, so he goes. Fine. I'd feel better with you hanging on to it than your friend. Let's go with the book.
Will nods at him. All right, here we go. I'll activate the magic and try to modify his memory.
All right, you're gonna have to think of this similar to like using a spell scroll. Well, I believe that's an Arcana check. What's the DC for a 5th level spell?
Don't know.
Or no, this is like.
Well, he cast it higher, didn't he?
Yeah, this would be super high level.
Although he's choosing to fail, so.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
it's I might treat it a little bit differently than a spell scroll because I just want you to make a successful Arcana check. But let me.
Oh,
just...
to use it. Okay.
Yeah, to use it. Yeah. But I just want to see what it looks like here. 10 plus the spell's level. Spellcasting. Higher than level, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. Okay, so why don't you make an ability check using your spellcasting ability?
Spellcast. So that's just my charisma. Okay.
Yeah, charisma for you, right?
I will use my inspiration to give it advantage and guidance if I can.
Absolutely, you can use guidance.
Okay, so. Oh.
You could also use like emboldening bond if Sha'ah wants to help you out.
Sha'ah already put it on.
Oh, he did.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so there's the d20s plus 5. Nice. 9 plus 5, and then 1d4. 1d4.
14
plus 5.
plus
So
5 is a
19.
19. That is just enough to make it. Man, you guys
He's
crack me
great.
up. Well, if it wasn't close, it'd be nothing at all, I suppose. All right. So you cast the spell. He closes his eyes and winces, and the spell washes over him. You do sense that you need to maintain focus on this for a minute. So,
Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay. All right. All right. And for a minute, he's sort of taken aback. Like he's sort of seems like he's staring off at nothing, like staring past Will. Got 1,000-yard stare, just lost in thought, kind of drooling for a bit. But then he comes to, seemingly himself. He looks around, and he says, "Right. We were doing something."
You remember how you got here?
I do. It worked, I think. Let me try to remember. Nope, it just everything goes black. We were standing at the fountain, and then it just goes dark.
Oh.
My chest. Is that what a heart attack
if you're a little
feels
confused.
Is that what a heart attack feels like, really? It's quite painful, actually. I should have come up with something else. Jeez.
Will opens the book to the specific page he wrote on. And he says, if you're confused, you might want to read this.
Oh, okay. Well, I know I'm dead. It was a heart attack. By death.
Right.
Death was involved. That seems weird. Agape. Yes, I know. The people. Yes, I know. That's definitely my handwriting. And I remember doing it. And if I had done it under duress, I probably would have hidden a secret message for myself or something. So he closes the book and holds it under his arm, and he says, "Well, everything seems to be In order. Now. Huh.
Glad you're feeling better.
Yes. Quite. Now we have work to do. Getting you all back is a
Yeah.
start.
Before that, I think you were going to help out Lumaki.
Right. Lumaki, have you done any thinking about... I was reading on some of the different races. I was wondering if maybe we should go over more of them to see if something sounds familiar to you. And also, it's quite possible that... it's quite possible that this spell could wipe your memory. We don't know for certain, but I just wanted you to be aware that it is a possibility if we did it that way.
And apparently giants aren't all that friendly with people, so you could end up attacking us.
Well, yes, he's right. There are quite a few of them who are known to be quite aggressive, but it seemed like Cloud Giant resonated with you quite a bit, and from what I understand, they were known for being clever and not necessarily uncontrollably violent.
Well, is it possible that you take care of getting us to where we need to go first, and then you can help me out? Because if I do go, like you say, rampaging, I don't really want to be here, trapped with you guys. Maybe it might be easier to do it somewhere else.
I have a question.
Yeah,
If there's a chance that he's gonna forget us, that we're friends, and he definitely forgot before he was a fairy, will he be able to remember from before he was a fairy when he is a giant again? Or will that make it so that it's even more buried?
Well, it's quite possible it would be even more buried, since technically it would just be another layer.
Well, then you'll never remember who your real family is. Fang looks very sad at this.
That way, instead of changing my form, do you know any way that could regain my memory instead? Maybe if I regain my memory, then I will remember what happened to me and how I changed in the first place.
Let me see here. Well, I suppose it depends on how your memory was lost. If your memory was lost from the spell that changed you, the true polymorph spell, well, the only way to fix that would be a wish spell, and even I don't have access to that magic at the moment. But if your spell was what I just did, for example, if your memory was altered by a modify memory spell, then using a remove curse spell or a greater restoration spell could restore your memory. But if the thing is, modify memory spells, they don't erase an entire life's worth of memory. You can only take a small chunk. Even casting it as powerfully as I did, you can only affect a very small window in time.
So you're saying that it's probably that true polymorph spell that made me lose my memory?
It seems the most likely to me, unless you just got a bump on the head or something like that.
Hmm. Is there any way that maybe you know how you put that spell in that ring? Could you do that through polymorph in that ring so that we could do it at a later time? Like I said, if you change me here and it doesn't end good, will you be trapped with me?
Yeah.
If that's what you would like, I can certainly do that for you.
I think it's a better option to get us to where we need to go first, and then help me later. I don't need to do it right away. I've already waited for a long time. I'm sure I can handle a little bit longer.
So you guys are gonna have him cast. Okay, so here's the thing.
True polymorph into the gem.
Yeah, and then you guys are gonna just use it on a random person like a year later.
Maybe.
Okay, so here's the thing. He can do that, but he needs to know what to change the thing into, right? So like you so he has to cast true polymorph, turn it into a cloud giant, right, on the gem.
Yes.
I think, or like true polymorph,
Okay.
turn it into a hill giant. So like whatever it ends up being used on turns the thing into that thing. Now it could be used on a spoon,
That's fair.
for example. So you guys will basically have a summon whatever giant spell at your disposal, 9th level spell
For a day, right? And then it becomes its own thing. If we concentrate. Like it becomes its own creature and it isn't necessarily friendly after that.
Yeah, I mean, if you maintain concentration, it's permanent. True polymorph is permanent,
Right.
I think.
But from
That's fine.
from what you were saying before, I believe if you concentrate on it and it becomes permanent, they're no longer friendly with us after that.
Yeah,
well,
that's right.
They're no
that's
longer
right.
necessarily friendly. They might be, but they don't have to be.
Right.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, correct.
So if we treat them right, then maybe. But either way, I don't think that's how we're going to end up using it. But
What if Lumaki was like he wasn't actually a giant, he was like a giant's shirt or something? And and that's why he can't remember anything, is because he didn't have memory. He was just an object, kind of. But you said that what people were like, the other giants there were making fun of you and stuff after you got changed.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Wow. I was going to ask. I feel like we all came together for a reason, so I was hoping maybe you would put it off until after we do whatever we need to do. Changing back to your giant form.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'd really appreciate keeping you as a companion.
Maybe while we're doing that, we can find the spell he mentioned that can definitely revert you back instead of possibly losing more memory.
This could always be your fallback plan.
Yeah, Ubermaw says definitely true. You could find someone who can do that in your travels. It's rare. It would have to be a mage of considerable power, but not impossible.
Do you know of any of these people? Like, do you have any friends?
I
It's got at least one.
Who are you referring to? Nurnum?
I meant myself actually, but
Okay.
He did mention Nurnum to Will, I believe. So
yeah, and Will knows who Nurnum is.
Yeah, I think what he says is, well, I know someone who could perhaps find someone.
A good start.
Yes. He says to you, Sha'ah. He says, Sha'ah, one of the ones who was here with you previously. He might be powerful enough to use magic like this.
He's dead.
O'Dane is?
Yeah. Him too.
Him too.
Who are you referring to, Shaw?
Avachai.
Oh, okay. He says
we don't know what happened to Vash either. So for all Sha'ah knows, Vash is also dead.
Right.
I don't think either Vash or Avachai were strong enough. He said O'Dane because O'Dane was a god.
Yeah, O'Dane was
Or,
the fool. He was
Arcana.
Arcana, yeah.
And
And-
Orilyn definitely hasn't told anybody yet that O'Dane is in her reign.
And Andy is also a powerful bard, and bards might get access to wish spells. Okay, so I think he pauses for a moment, like he's kind of shocked by that, and he says, "Is he gone back to the wheel then, or
That's where
Particularly
everybody goes,
sure.
right?
one question at a time?"
Sorry.
I'm not sure if he's dead. I mean, he went to the wheel.
And Wolf, you said?
Will just said, didn't you say that's where everybody goes?
Well, I didn't, but I didn't have the proper rights read, I suppose, or something odd must have happened. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Sha'ah said he killed himself.
No, he sacrificed himself
Same thing.
for the greater good.
Well, if he sacrificed himself for a good purpose, then likely he would be looked upon in good favor. I suppose. Okay, that's good. Is it would if an Arcana gets wiped from existence like that, it's really bad. Really bad things happen.
Like what?
Like end to civilization.
Well, I don't think civilization ended. So,
Well,
I can't resist. In his mind, Will's gonna say, Egregore, is that what happened to you?
yeah. Egregore says,
Our lights were snuffed out one by one. Yes. We didn't have Arcana. But the same thing.
So out loud, Will says, yeah, it sounds like a bad thing.
Yeah. He says, sometimes another can step up and sort of take the mantle, but it's a tricky thing. It would have to be somebody that embodies the Fool perfectly, and well, I can't think of a better example than your friend.
That was a compliment, right?
Sort of, yeah. It's kind of a backhanded compliment in a weird way. That's why he kind of laughed when he said it. He says, do you know if his bodhisattva was still around?
His body? Who was his body?
He looks at Sha'ah. His Nurnum.
Did he even have one?
Well, he had to at some point.
I think Nurnum was still around.
Nurnum serves the tower, different arcana. Sometimes,
I see.
Sometimes if for example, if the tower were finally crumbled, it's possible if Nurnum was still alive that he could theoretically take its place, but he would have to match it perfectly. He would have to embody its archetype. He'd have to stand for the same things. He would have to, and you can't necessarily fake that. He would have to truly embody what it means to be the tower. Force of destruction and renewal. I should know. I used to be one, after all.
You were?
Of which arcana are you talking about?
He nods. Of course. Didn't you know I was Bodhisattva 2, the mage? Or the magician, I'm sorry. The magician is the arcana.
Guess that makes sense.
It was a long time ago. I suspect that once I left, they found another.
Do you know what this magician is?
Did you say, do you know where this magician is?
Yeah.
Uh,
Maybe he can help us.
He says, of course, heaven. The arcana can't... Well, it's tricky, but the magician's not going to leave heaven. That would make him, well, killable.
Where is this heaven?
Is there a stairway we can find that'll lead us there?
Not exactly. No. You, well, there's only one surefire way to get there, I suppose, isn't there?
Oh. Maybe we'll put that off for a bit.
I mean, it's possible you can convince Nurnum to get you in, but it would likely mean that your physical forms are obliterated in the process. So, there's that. Being so close to being so close to the fountain like that, the light burns strong.
I assume it's been over a minute.
Okay, sure.
I was just saying, so the spell should be permanent now, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Cool.
You can talk about his death, if you want.
No, I'm just making sure. Do you want to prepare that and put it in the diamond?
The true polymorph. Yes.
Yeah.
He'll study the scroll. Maybe he has already.
I figured overnight.
Yeah, he probably would have overnight. I think it takes some time.
To add it to his repertoire, it's like a short rest or a couple of hours or whatever.
Yeah. All right. Well, he did then. Let me add it to his repertoire. All right. Okay. He will do that. He says, he says first, don't we need to decide which form it should be? Lumaki?
So giant is it rings the most true out of all the ones you mentioned yesterday.
Do you think it could be a Goliath, perhaps? I think those are also pretty common in the world today. They're sort of a mix.
Are they also white?
He nods. They're grayish. Here, let me see what I found on them last night. Go over it with you.
Are they big?
He nods. Well, all giants are big, aren't they? Let's see.
I don't know. You tell me.
Here, let me read you this description. Let's see here. They didn't come about until after the split between Abir and Toril. The Goliaths originated in Toril. Massive, average between 7 to 8 feet. So, not as big as some of the other giants maybe, but they were sort of a mixed race, from what I understand. Taller than Dragonborns were, certainly, and half-orcs. Typically, Goliaths had bony or prominent ridges above their eyes. Their eyes often are bright blue or green. Their skin was gray or brown and was extremely tough, often compared to stone. Let's see here. One of the most distinctive features was the darker, vertically symmetrical patches of skin that covered their bodies. Goliaths believed these markings explained or controlled their fate or destiny. They never tattooed themselves because of this. They thought it would affect their future. Their skin had these bony growths on them, about the size of coins, and would appear like pebbles on their arms, shoulders, torso, and head. I believe they might have descended from stone giants. Let's see here. History. They revered nature and primal forces. They had shamans, known as sky watchers. They had 6 deities. Here we
None
go.
of this sounds very familiar to me.
It's unclear how old the race is or where they originally came from, such as which of the sons of Anam, but it was commonly believed they were somehow related to stone giants, or perhaps even the Earth Genasi. Let's see. Some claim the first Goliaths were humans who sought answers from their gods. Climbed the columns of sky in the mountains, and journeying to the peaks turned the first seekers into these Goliaths. Or perhaps they were created by Quiokix from gems that he found growing on a bush that grew on the highest peak. Does any of this stuff about the way they appeared or the ridges on their skin sound familiar to you?
Sound interesting, but it doesn't remind me of anything.
Okay.
I feel the more kinship to the cloud giant.
He nods. All right, Cloud Giant it is then. And he'll basically use the picture I described from the book of a Cloud Giant as your sort of template for this true polymorph spell. That's basically
Okay.
what he's gonna cast. Yeah, he says, "Well, then I'll cast this for you right away," and he does. He casts that on the gem. You now have a gem of true polymorph Cloud Giant. You could add that if you want. Okay, I see, guys. I see. Sorry. And maybe that's where we end the session. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So thank you guys for playing.
Experience.
Let's see here. Everyone gets 3 XP for RP. Let's see here. I want to give Sha'ah an extra 3 XP for nearly for the interaction with Ubermaw, almost getting it to combat and stuff. That was pretty good. And also for the interaction with Fang when you guys were RPing in the room, that was pretty good stuff. So Fang, take an extra 3 XP. Lumaki, all the talk about the giants stuff at the beginning and the RP there was pretty good too. So I'm gonna give you an extra 3 XP for that. Will, all of the poking and prodding to make sure that Ubermaw was good, keeping him stable when combat was about to break out. All the extra questions, digging at some lore with the Mantiensen and even Egregore. All that stuff was pretty good, so take an extra 3 XP for that. That should
Technically, did we resolve a combat?
Kinda. Yeah, kind of. That's a fair statement.
You did have to roll initiative.
The only reason I hesitate is because the combat can still happen. It's still possible for it to happen, I suppose.
No, we're best friends.
But he is fixed as far as like vengeful spirit goes. So there's that. I think it's a lot less likely that combat will happen. So sure, I'll give you guys 3 XP for that. It would be a deadly encounter. So
Yay.
and to be honest with you, I doubt you guys would survive a fight with Ubermaw. Just saying. He seems
Not if
like
you had a spell book.
He seems like a weak old man. Well, he's got the book now.
Right.
It's a good thing that he didn't really flip out with control of the book, because that could have gotten real bad. Yeah, I don't know how much you guys know about liches, but they give stitches. They don't get stitches, okay? they party wipe. All right. Especially, what level are you guys? 14?
13, I think.
13.
You're still 13? Really?
Yeah.
Soon to be 14, maybe.
Oh, dang. Then yes.
Well, soon, depending on who you are.
things go.
Apparently, Will is a lot closer than the rest of us.
Fair enough. Well, then he definitely would have really messed you guys up. So, good thing that didn't happen. Also, this is the point of the show where we do the shoutouts, the links, the things like that. So let me get that stuff up and going here. Let's see here. If you dig the virtual avatar up here for Fang, you can find out how to do that by using Vroid Studio. So if you want to go check them out, you can there. If you're watching on YouTube, all this stuff is linked in the description down below. Ella also plays another character on the show named Orilyn, who has some awesome portrait art done. If you want to check out the artist who did that, you can check their DeviantArt page out here. It's deviantart.com/Soriko. Let's see here. Okay, if you like the music we use in the show, you can check it out at darkfantasystudio.com, license it, and use that stuff. Wolf here, who played Will today, has another character on the show named Vash, who has some awesome portrait artwork done. If you want to check out the artist who did that artwork, you can check out her DeviantArt page here at deviantart.com/Jessica Peguerero. And I'm Ramblinman TV. You can find me here. We got more Forest of Flesh coming, same time next week. Well, actually, that's what we're going to talk about. Do you guys want to do?
Yeah, we need to.
We'll talk about it. Maybe the same time next week. It is the day after Christmas. I'll put an announcement out on Twitter or something. If we're not going to have a game, I'll let you guys know.
If not, we'll see you in the new year.
If not, we will definitely see you in the new year. We will be having a show Wednesday night. We might be starting 30 minutes late, but normally it starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Pacific, and that's a sci-fi TTRPG called Broken. It's based on the Nibiru tabletop RPG by Arcana Media. It's a fun time. We have, let's see, we've had a horror episode last week for them, and we're continuing it this week. They're stuck on a monorail in the tourist corridor, dangling from the ceiling. There's nowhere to go. Guy on the monorail might be hallucinating, might be infected with something, and there might be a creature hunting them. What threw the fixer AI back into the train car with them and destroyed it? What were the skeletal hands? You'll have to find out next time on Broken this Wednesday. And I believe Unknown New Orleans is having a game this Friday. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 Central, 5 p.m. Pacific, and that's a modern day supernatural occult thriller kind of dealio, where we are trying to stop the Voice from ascending to power. They've already knocked out magic for all of us across the world and in New Orleans. Will we be able to convince the world to believe in magic? I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do that. None of us know how we're going to. I don't know. They probably have a plan, the rest of the players. I have no idea. I have no idea how we're going to do that. I'm real worried. So tune in to that every other Friday. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for watching. Unrooted, always good to see you. Thanks for being awesome players. Everybody have a fantastic night. We'll catch you next time. Bye, guys.
Peace.
Peace.
Good night.
Night.